see the issue for the video. I don't tell them.
But you look at it. Now, why are you trying to make it? Say just quiet. That kind of thing. You see all these things we do. Because if I look at the
Il est temps que tu t'amuses. Check.
This guy wants to want. This guy wants to travel. No, the wire, the cable. That 2.0 cable.
So, true. You look for collect time with this, you're going to have collect time with this.
Ask Samson don't do it. But I mean, that guy with that big camera one travel, so I want to rush copy the plant. Don't they try? We'll use that small ones.
I'm going to take you to our eligibility criteria.
Which one? The small camera. They connect for this sound. They connect to the sound people.
Yeah, first of all, we're open, our doors are open to all incorporated companies or registered cooperative societies in Nigeria who are engaged in non-oil exports. We do not discriminate. Just come to us, we'll give you, sorry? Okay, we don't discriminate. Just come straight to us. You don't need to know anybody. I repeat, you don't need to know anybody. The only products that we do not finance are products that are on the export prohibition list. Yeah, first of all is the application fees. It's just 50,000 naira. Very tiny, small token. 50,000 naira for 1 billion, 5 billion, 500 million. So you can imagine. Yeah. Then completed application form. We'll ask you for that mainly to know the purpose and amount that you want from us. Then certified true copies of incorporation documents, MEMAT from CO2, from CO7, from CO2 to tell us the shareholding structure, from CO7, the particulars of the directors, and MEMAT, what you're allowed to do legally. Then feasibility study, a business plan, including projected cash flows, P&L, and balance sheet. This just gives us your projected revenue. We analyze it against your projected cost. That's all. 3-year audited accounts and most recent management accounts or statement of affairs for startups. Now, if you don't, some companies might not be as old as 3 years. You can give us your 1-year audited accounts or your 2 years audited accounts. But for startups, just give us your statement of affairs. Then 3-year tax clearance. Some companies might not be up to 3 years, so 1 year, 2 years is okay. An export contract or letter of intent. We need an export contract from you, a foreign contract from a buyer to state amount, specification, the kind of products you want to guard against risk of rejection. Then letter intent is mainly for project financing facilities, because before an international buyer gives you an export contract, he would want to see a sample of your products. Now, for project financing facilities, we've just give you money to buy equipment, so where would you get the product? Evidence of past exports, if any, a pro forma invoice for equipment financing. This is the main difference between project finance and trade finance in terms of application. For trade finance, they focus on working capital, while project finance, we focus on equipment financing. So you have to give us your pro forma invoice that would indicate who you're buying equipment from, what kind of equipment, specifications, cost of equipment. Then a board resolution authorizing the company to borrow, a letter of authorization for Nexim to obtain information on the company, NEPC certificate, and valuation report of the proposed collateral. We also need your evidence of up-to-date filing of annual returns at the Corporate Affairs Commission, licenses and permits from relevant agencies, a completed Know Your Customer form. This will tell us more about you, verify your address, who you really are before we give you money. Then completed signature mandate cards. These are items that we will give to you. You sign up, so we'll know the people that will relate with us on behalf of the company. To my concluding remarks, MSMEs are key players in the non-oil sector of the economy. And if we don't have them on board, diversification becomes a joke. Nexim interventions are mainly targeted at MSMEs, and since inception, the bank has supported over 1,000 MSMEs, including startup projects, some of which have grown to be enlisted among the CBN list of top 100 exporters. We therefore seek and welcome partnership opportunities with entrepreneurs and project managers in identifying and funding viable projects, particularly in areas of manufacturing, agro-processing, solid minerals, and services, towards boosting non-oil exports. We're at your doorstep. We're in the 6 geographical zones. We have our Akure regional office. The head is here. For Larin, we have Calabar regional office. Ofem is here. Enugu regional office. Kano regional office. Lagos regional office. Makurdi, Yola, and head office, of course, which is in Abuja. Let me borrow the words of the man from Smeden yesterday and give you a word of advice. He said, think big, start small. Thank you.
All right, I think we're making progress. Think big, start small. Export goods, export services, that's why we're here. Distinguished participants, taking us further, I would like to quickly introduce a group of people that came in here. They've been here from day one, second day, and today they are also here. It would be nice for us to also have them give us a goodwill message before we go to the next presentation. There was an election in Bayelsa State a few months ago, and then someone won the election, and he said this cannot happen in this region without him sending a delegation. So the governor-elect of Bayelsa State heard about this event and sent a delegation to come and represent him and his team here. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the former Speaker of Old River State, who was also a former Commissioner for Agriculture in the Old River State, Right Honorable Claudius Enegesi. He's representing the Governor-elect of Bayelsa State. Please, a round of applause as he comes to give us a goodwill message. Please keep clapping.
Thank you. I'm the Managing Director, Nexim Bank. and the top management of the Exim Bank, critical stakeholders in this business of export. I have been introduced as representing the governor-elect of Bayelsa State, David Leon. I came in a delegation. We've been here since the start of this program, and on behalf of the delegation and our principal centers, I want to appreciate the organizers of this program. As a government in waiting in the South-South, I think we have really had a lot of experiences here for the 3 days we've been here, that we go back and report to our principal. Well, our take home and what we want to ask Nexim, the APC is coming into governance in Bayelsa State for the first time since the inception of democratic rule in Nigeria. So you can appreciate that it's a new experience for the party. Coming from the South-South, we also have comparative advantage on many of the export crops that have been highlighted here. And we wish to ask and implore you, Nexim, to come over to Bayelsa State and have a similar summit. It will assist our people and enlighten them as to the potentials outside oil, because we are trying to go in expanding non-oil sector of the economy, and we cannot be left out. That is our take home here. We know that it's going to be very beneficial to our people, and we assure you, when you come, assist us to expand the frontiers of our economy, we will really key into it, and both sides will benefit from it. On that note, I want to say thank you very much for asking us and giving us to spend this time with you. We will go back, and when you come, we roll out our hospitality, very usual and peculiar to the Bayelsa people, to management. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Right Honorable Claudius. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I know after the Nexim presentation, although some people would like to ask questions, some of the things that Mr. Awani and Mr. Murtala said here. So if you have a question, please can you identify yourself so that we can pass the mics to you? Does anybody want to ask anybody? Your father, okay, just come a bit closer. Please, technical crew, please can we get a mic so that you can, starting from him, there's someone here. Oh, it's already moving down. Please come closer if you want to ask questions. Okay, there's someone here. Okay, you want to ask questions? Okay. What question do you want to ask? You already have a loan running in Nexim. Which question do you want to ask? You want more? All right, so go ahead, sir.
On the
Please introduce yourself, your company, and then you go straight to your question.
Okay, my name is Ramos Guana.
Sorry?
My name is Ramos Guana.
Okay.
I work for Ramos Guana Farms.
Okay.
My question is to the first presentation. It talked about capturing the things we can export in the ECOWAS region. It did not break down those items that is for the ECOWAS market. Oh, I'm interested.
Okay, thank you. I think he's left because he had the flight to catch. So what you do is drop that question with any of the team members there. We'll email it to him. Drop your email address too, so he will respond to you. Next question, please. Introduce yourself, the organization you represent.
Mrs. Victoria Ower. I'm actually somebody that wants to come in to be maybe a very
exporter.
successful exporter.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, all that they've been saying, the requirements are all. I want to know, as a novice, what am I supposed to do?
Okay.
I have a business name already.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I think the next presentation will answer your question, so be attentive.
Hello.
Yeah,
My name is Francis Okoye. I represent an NGO, JDPC.
Okay.
So my question goes to Nexim. Nexim, you say those that are eligible to get your financing are cooperative companies and cooperatives. What about non-governmental organizations? Because we do credit schemes. We give loans to farmers and all that. Can we fall under the criteria to be eligible? NGOs.
For Nexim, I wanted to know what is their, on average, what is their collateral requirements?
Okay, the collateral requirements.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Next person, please.
Good morning. My name is Wogu Steven. I'm representing Green Grocery Africana as a company. I want to ask, the first speaker was saying something about trading platform from the United States and the UK.
Okay.
I want to know the name of the platform.
Okay, that's what you do is drop your question with your email address. We'll send it to him. He will respond to you via email. Just drop it with the technical team. Thank you.
Warehousing bank guarantees. The last question I think is on the application fee. Okay, if we don't collect that 50,000, it's just to show that you're serious. The kind of applications that we have bombarding us every day, maybe we'll be treating 100,000 applications that will not go through, while yours is down there. So it's something, it's just an application fee, it's not a registration fee. It's something that you drop to show that you're serious about the business venture and you really want to access our funds. And of course, we have to pay our own bills. We have to be paid for appraising your request, seeing it through. Thank you.
Okay, quite simple, straight to the point. You have another question?
Sorry, no. I just wanted to contribute to the question on moratorium.
that Asaba that I know is very vibrant, and then the South Side itself is full of vibrancy. And then I see a lot of us, even with all the eloquent speeches, all the promises of 1 billion here for MFAC, another 1 billion for if you're able to trade outside Africa, and all the promises, even with the very good compare here. The clappings were very economical with clappings, and I don't know what's the problem. I will not, thank you, that was not going to come to me, but I'm heading towards the direction of NEXIM. It might interest us to know that NEXIM came, it was birthed through a memo from Nigerian Export Promotion Council. And I see the duty of Export Promotion Council to create market entry assistance. And part of this we do when we're able to single out a small and medium scale enterprise with its products and develop it to the point of being export ready. We are able to take it along with us when we are going for trade fair, create buyers, sellers appointments, and have them to contact buyers. We have also been able to monitor and do what we call inward and outward trade missions. What is that about? It is also a platform whereby exporters and would-be exporters will get to share experiences that can lead them to having better quality standards productions that is ready for the world. Okay. These are other testimonials in the area of market development. Like we saw that if you are going on all out trade information or trade fairs, anyhow, all commerce trade fairs, it does not work. So we narrowed it to particular fairs. And there was this one that had to do with Magic Fair in the US. And out of that 2 years ago, we were able to bring out 2 companies, Maureen O that does bags, Eclectic Fashion that is also into bags and shoes. They now have selling points, and one of them has been able to penetrate Amazon and has their products there. We have also facilitated Inosun, which is our brother company here, to be able to supply over 400 vehicles in Mali here. You see, when we're talking of African, intra-African trade, it is at its lowest ebb. And our single outing in an exhibition in 2016 was able to make Inosun to penetrate and sign an MOU with Taxi Plus and VIP. Now they are running, mark you, apart from these exportations, they should be able to be monitoring and maintaining those vehicles and supplying their parts. The outcome of all this could be seen in other activities of Export Promotion Council, where we identify and develop potential products or services or exports, where we advise companies for qualities and standards, where we also talk about the packaging of products and design that I've made mention of. There is also the advice that we give on costing and pricing, identifying and synergizing with key stakeholders on product sectors, developments, to be able to attain and target bigger markets for exports. Before I run off, on product development, we've been able to tackle what we call a third country listing by training over 300 people in honey and bee. And what does this mean? It means you should be able to get a certification to have your honey go into the EU market. We've also done something on cocoa export development, whereby we shared seedlings and we shared over 100,000 seedlings to farmers freely in Abia, Kwara, Cross River, Osun, and Edo states. After allowing them to pass through the certification processes of HACCP, and also the RSOP that was mentioned yesterday on sustainable oil palm. It's a non-mandatory certification that your oil palm should be able to get before it penetrates the EU market. We've also done something on rubber development by training people in Edo and Delta here. Up to 5,000 improved seedlings were also shared out on this. 2 days ago, mention was made about a ban on cocoa beans, and probably there were issues on yam some time ago. NEPC led the vanguard of carrying on its head almost 20 agencies, supported by UNIDO. And what we've been able to come out with is the National Quality Infrastructure Project that brought what we call a conduit of excellence. I'm happy that NAQS man, the quarantine man, I don't know if he's here, last 2 months, we were called up, particularly for what happened in Mexico about our hibiscus that was returned. That this conduit of excellence has been able to work a way around, and we are going to come back stronger in the processes and procedures and have our export of food commodities back into those places. I would like to end by saying that our little efforts could have been showcased better. If I don't show you this slide, that has to do with the progression of what has come to us through export incentives in the last few years. But that is only one aspect of it. We would like to also mention that in our operations, we don't work alone. I'm happy that so many other organizations, NAFDAC, standard organizations, NEXIM, NISAL, all of them have given their inputs in the value chain of export promotion. And so, before I bring on my colleague, I would like to say that we are around, and our major interest is to see how the economy can grow under non-oil exports. It's a difficult one because it will have our own challenges, majorly things to do with infrastructure. But I tell you, if I share the little experience I've had in Port Harcourt, I've only been there 2 months now as a regional coordinator. I watched and analyzed what is coming from the 2 ports in Port Harcourt alone. In the first quarter of last year, $46 million worth of products, primarily rubber, sesame, palm oil, cocoa, left the borders of these places. Agreed that a lot of those exporters had to come from outside the South-South to use the ports. In second quarter, we realized $40 million worth of exportation, $1 million worth of exportation. Third quarter, it got back to about 42 million. I am putting this across to us because the atmosphere looks very gloomy, but I tell you, we can say that the sky is not just orange, it could be green. It depends on what we put on ground. It depends on following the procedures and documentations, the things that you can do, that you must do. No cutting corners that can only take us there. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that there's no time. I've seen a lot of women here. We also have a program for women in export that we are liaising with International Trade Center, ITC, She Trades, and it hopes to bring almost 3 million women right from Nigeria here. You can be part of it to the global markets, networking linkages. So much to talk about, but so little a time. I'd like to hand over to Osas, who is here to talk primarily on export incentives. Thank you very much. thing is not working. I'm not sure it's... Do I wait?
Try it.
Just focus on.
Is primarily to talk on export incentives in Nigeria. So we just go straight to export incentives, and we want to let you know that first of all, export incentives, export is a sector that is, the export sector is a sector that is very important to the government. It's a priority sector, and the Nigerian Export Promotions Council and the federal government is actually dedicated to ensure that every support is given to exporters to ensure that export is carried out, at least from Nigeria. We won't want to bore you with much of what is export incentive. We all know that whether you call it incentive or subsidy, we're actually talking about any financial or support that will ensure that you carry out your exports at profitable manner, at a level that you render your business venture profitably. So our incentives or support are to ensure that you carry out your export business profitably and competitively at the international market. Because you are not doing local business. You are not selling within the country. You are going to compete with other economies, developed economies in the world market. You don't have any reason to say, oh, I'm from a third world nation, I'm from Nigeria in fact, and as such, your price should be higher than whatever you will get outside. So what government is interested in doing is to provide support, whether in terms of giving you cash or ensuring that it reduces your cost of production, at ensuring that your products are competitive at the international market. There are a lot of incentives in various forms. Government provides incentives in various forms, and whatever form it comes, they are actually classified as export incentives. We have different types of forms of incentive. There are basically three forms of incentives. You have the regulatory incentives, you have the fiscal incentive, the financial incentives. So in talking about the fiscal incentives, well, we are talking about incentives that deal more with reduction in tax liability, where the tax is waived or the tax is reduced. So you have such incentive, like we are talking about pioneer status. For pioneer status, you could have an up to 5 years tax-free holiday. So for such, you are supposed to pay tax, but you will be exempted from paying tax. Those are forms of financial incentives. We also have that as part of tax relief on interest income. These are fiscal incentives. You have regulatory incentive. The incentive could be in the form of regulatory form, where the government relaxes its regulatory laws on your operations, that you are allowed to actually operate with less stringent rules. For example, companies that actually operate within our free trade zone. Some of those incentives, you have like the export proceeds retention scheme, where you can actually assess your proceeds of your export, which may not be the same in other economies. So these are different forms of incentives. You also have the financial incentives. These are the ones people actually call incentives. Oh, because government is actually going to give you fund directly, you are getting a kind of cash out incentive. So there are various forms of incentive. It may not necessarily be, the one that you will collect the cash that is an incentive. Where government says operate in an area where there is electricity, there is security, you are not expected to maybe pay for taxes, then you have been saved some funds. Those are also forms of incentives. So whether they are forms of incentive are regulatory, they are fiscal, or they are financial, government must carry out incentives. We all know reasons why they have to carry out incentives, because we want to expand our export. We want to ensure that we have greater market penetration. So we have an array of different forms of incentives. There are some that are administered by Nigerian Export Promotion Council. There are even some that are actually administered by other agencies. But we just have to give you an array. And some are actually functional that are still being administered currently, while some have been phased out. At least for this purpose, we can actually take you through a little bit of them. You have the pioneer status for those who are actually going into export of some special products that are classified as pioneer product under the pioneer status law. They can actually benefit from that scheme, and is administered by the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council, NIPC. You have the export expansion grant that is administered by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. We will be talking more about export expansion grant. And we have the free trade zone that is actually being administered by NEMSA. The ETLS, the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, is actually being administered by the Federal Ministry of the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs and NASIMA. It actually allows you to take goods within the West African region at less stringent measures or controls. So there is free movement of goods within the West African coast. And you actually have those that have been phased out, the duty drawback, tax relief on interest income. This is an incentive that is very available, but it's so unfortunate that people are not aware of it, and they are not actually assessing them. It was until recently we got an exporter who actually boldly wrote to us, and the exporter, as we speak now, is already posting it in his books. How does it operate? You are, as an exporter, you take loans from banks. All commercial banks that grant loans to exporters are exempted from paying tax on interest from the loan granted to exporters. Because when they grant you loans, they actually collect interest. And those interests in their books, the bank can actually approach you and request for a certificate of export. If you have done more than 50% export, then you can approach the Nigerian Export Promotion Council to grant you a certificate of export. With the certificate of export, you can take to your bank and say, bank, you are not expected to pay tax on the profit that you have gotten from the interest granted to me. So in that, then we have what we call the buyback arrangement is moribund, the manufacturer exporter IPON B is already moribund, export adjustment scheme, they are all moribund. Then we have the Export Development Fund. The Export Development Fund, actually the council is trying to reactivate the scheme. The scheme is meant to support SMEs, especially the micro, small and medium enterprises, to actually venture into export, because it actually gives you a support to venture into export. That means it brings you up, exposes you to international market, helps you if you are going for any export tender, you are going for any study that has to do with your export. This fund is actually set aside to finance companies that want to venture into export. So we encourage you, but we know that the council has been having challenges trying to make sure that the fund is available to support that scheme. Well, we'll be talking more about Export Expansion Grant Scheme. That is our focus, because that is what is basically being operated. It's actually meant to increase our non-oil exports, to diversify our market, and that is why we want to make it competitive. So it improves the competitiveness of our Nigerian exporters. It's actually being implemented based on the provision of the Act, and we want to let you know that between 2005 and 2016, there was an old scheme that was being implemented. If we defer from 2017, we have a new guideline. And between that time, the maximum rate you can actually get if you have exported was 30%. 30% of whatever proceeds you have brought back to this country. But we deferred from 2016, the rate we started implementing from 2014, of course. From 2014, the rate has actually come down to 15%. And as you will see in the detail of our presentation, we used to have about 3 categories, but now we have 4 categories. From what we've seen, the previous one we were paying with negotiable duty credit certificates. But now, from 2016, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council started paying with what we call the Export Credit Certificate. With the Export Credit Certificate, the Export Promotion Council does not give cash for incentives in line with WTO's regulation. So WTO's regulation prohibits cash payment. And to ensure that that is done, we provide what we call the export credit certificate. The export credit certificate can be used to pay tax. You can actually use to pay for all federal government taxes, including company income tax that, of course, you are exempted from. You can actually use it to pay your VAT, withholding tax, CIT. You can actually use to pay value-added tax. You can actually use to pay education tax. Whatever form of tax that is applicable, that is payable to federal government, to FROS, can actually be paid. Of course, you can actually also use to pay your personal income tax, as far as it's going to be paid by the company. So, the instrument, as is issued to you, apart from payment for tax, you can actually use it to pay for every liabilities that you have with AMCOM or NESIM or BOI, any government bank. You can actually as well use the certificate to buy bonds. So it has a wider coverage than the initial instrument, the NDTCC, that was initially only used for payment of duties. And with the new scheme, we actually want to let you know how do you actually benefit from this scheme, the Export Expansion Grant Scheme. The Export Expansion Grant Scheme is a post-shipment scheme. What it means is that you must have exported before actually benefiting from the scheme. We always tell people who export without benefiting from this scheme, it's like you have participated in a race and you even actually won in the race, but you didn't wait to take the prize. You have just wasted all your effort. Government believes that you have not made much profit and has made a provision for you to get profit from the export you have made. And then you have made the export and you have refused to actually come for Export Expansion Grant Scheme. Once you have done your export successfully, and you have, when you say you have done export in the first instance, we are saying that you have done formal export. And how do you do formal export? First of all, you must be registered with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. As far as you have registered with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, you approach a bank, you have actually opened a domiciliary account that your proceeds will be repatriated into. Then you have followed the formal channel of export. Your export have actually have gone through the pre-shipment inspection agents. You have gone through the approved custom borders. So once you have done all this, the documentation that will be required from you are naturally available with you. You don't need to actually search for any document outside. So the eligibility criteria that those products you are able exporting must be made in Nigeria. We don't expect you to import from Niger and then move to Benin Republic. We expect you to have those products produced here in Nigeria. But even if you have imported part of those products, then you must have added value here in Nigeria. Then, of course, we say your turnover must be above 5 million. But in order to take care of micro, small companies, in most cases, we have actually disregarded this. So it's not a really serious condition that you must be afraid of. Then you must have repatriated your proceeds definitely within 270 days. So if you have done any export, if you want to benefit from the scheme, ensure that your repatriation is actually within 270 days. A situation where you do export and you export to the United States and you expect to bring the proceeds, instead of bringing the proceeds, you imported vehicles. And after you have brought in vehicles, you want to sell those vehicles and want to access the Export Expansion Grant Scheme, you have already disqualified yourself. So you must have brought in the proceeds and they are in your domiciliary. Because the Central Bank of Nigeria will need to confirm to us that your proceeds are in the domiciliary account. So with that, you are qualified to benefit on the scheme. But of course, how do you register to benefit? All these activities take place outside the council. Your first intention to benefit from the scheme is to submit your baseline data. We normally have our timelines for submission. So once we have advertised for submission, the first thing you do is to submit baseline data. And what is your baseline data? Your baseline data consists of the information that will actually assist us to determine the rate you will benefit from the scheme. Because the truth is this, not everybody will collect the same money. We are not doing Father Christmas. Our own is not poverty alleviation program, PAP. That will say, okay, come, everybody should come and collect 100,000 naira. So you line up and you are giving 100,000 naira. The Export Expansion Grant Scheme is a physical tool. Government wants to use it to improve on the economy. We don't just want to give you money and say, go and marry new wives. We want to give you money and we'll see how the money is improving on your business. So we say, okay, fine. We operate a kind of incentive schemes that allows you to grow. So we want you to submit your baseline data, your baseline information that will tell you what level are you at the time you are starting this scheme. Then we want to see you grow. Because as companies grow, the economy also grows. So we expect you to bring in your information. And what constitutes your information is your detailed financial statement and other supporting documents we expect you to bring. Because for every company that must access the scheme, you must have books. You must register. That means you have books. You prepare your detailed account. So we expect you to bring a 3-year detailed account, or as the case may be, 1 year or management account. So with your management account, there are baseline forms that you can actually access on our site. Just log on to the website, www.nepc.gov.ng. Those sites are the site. You can always get those forms, download them, print them, attach them to your detailed account, and then you have already submitted and shown intention to benefit from the scheme. So these are the documents we are talking about. These analysis and all of that things, they are just a breakdown of your detailed account. Then once you have submitted your detailed account, you are rated and the rate is given to you. Now, the rate that you are given is what will be applied against the process that you bring in. If you have 5% and your export is $100,000, it means that we are going to give you 5% of $100,000 in Naira, converted at the date of your export. So once you have done that, the next thing we expect you to do is to submit your applications. The claims applications are the actual document evidencing your export, that you have actually carried out formal export. Mind the word I use, formal export. Not that you have carried goods out. In fact, you have smuggled goods out and you want to collect. How do you smuggle? Smuggling is that you have not done any, you don't have any certificate, you have not done formal export. You don't have those documents to prove that you have smuggled. Or you have one because customs said you should provide, you needed to go through a container and you have bill of lading. But customs you didn't collect. Or you collected customs, you didn't collect pre-shipment inspection agent, you have smuggled. So for that, you cannot access EEG. So once you have done, that is why all these documents are listed here. The form NSP, now form NSP is online, so you can actually access that online. The other documents, bill of lading, single goods declaration from customs. So if you have done formal exports, you should be familiar with all this. So all we need to do is just get them and then collate them to us. So once you have submitted your applications, your baseline has been reviewed, all we need to do as secretariat, we ask you to submit. And once they are processed, there is a committee that looks at them, which we call the Export Expansion Grant Implementation Committee, consisting of the Federal Ministry of Finance, Industry, Trade and Investment, and all other partners that we work with. Their role is to review these applications. Once the applications are reviewed, a report is submitted to the Minister of Finance and Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, and that means your claim has been approved. Once your claim has been approved, then your certificates are ready. We also have what we call the Interministerial Committee. It's just a body that is actually out to formulate rules and laws for the effective implementation of the scheme. Now, when I talked about rates earlier on, how do you actually get the rates? What we are looking at, we have a scheme that categorizes exporters into 4 groups. As I earlier said, initially it was 3, but now we have 4 groups of exporters. Why we categorize them into different groups is because we want to actually be able to encourage exporters to move up from one group to the other group, to a higher group. We want value addition in our exports. The first group is what we call the primary product category groups. And those groups, they actually have a maximum of 5%. If you are an exporter of primary product, agri-based primary product, raw product, the maximum you can get from the scheme is 5%. But if you are an exporter of semi-processed product, you have moved from just cocoa beans, you are now doing cocoa powder. You have moved up the ladder, then you have added value. You are entitled to a higher percentage, which is 7.5. Then you are moved up from just processing, maybe just clean sesame seed, you are just cleaning. You are moved up to now adding more value. You have changed the state of the primary product. You have actually probably turned it from just a seed to a paste. We call them semi-manufactured category. That's the third category. And that third category of a semi-manufactured category actually has the highest rate of 10%. If you move up a little bit and you now get to a stage that you are producing products that are ready to consume. Ready to consume, in this case, we are looking at the sector you are working on. That sector you are looking at, and we say, okay, those products can also move beyond that sector to other sectors, and they still become raw materials in other sectors. But within this sector you are operating, we categorize this as fully manufactured product. You are entitled the highest rate of 15%. So when we say we give you 15%, 15% is not for everybody. It's for those who have actually put effort that will give them 15%. But at the same time, even if you are entitled to 5% maximum, you must show that you have performed to the extent that you can get 5% maximum. Because that is why you have this table of the eligibility criteria. What determines what you get in each category that you belong to is to what extent have you added value locally to what you are doing. To what extent have you actually even used our local product? There are two different things there. What have you used our local product in your production? Or you are just importing all the raw materials and you expect to be given grants? Government will not just be for the Christmas. They want you to use those local products that we have here. Then at the end of the day, have you added value to what you have exported? What state did you buy these things? You bought cocoa beans and you are exporting cocoa powder. You have increased the value. So you have added value. So we look at those things. Then how many Nigerians are you employing? Because government cannot create jobs. Government needs to create an enabling environment. This is an environment we want to create. Then we look at the number of employees you have. Nigerian employees, of course. Then we also look at what is your capital investment growth. Is it the same basket of featuring the cocoa cashew you have, that is still the basket you are using to filter cocoa after you have collected grants? We expect an average growth every year. So all these are things that will determine whether you get maximum of 15% as fully manufactured, maximum of 7.5% as semi-manufactured, or maximum of 5% as merchants. So these are the things that we look at. Then, of course, once we have done that, you benefit from the scheme. We just want to, as we are rounding up the status of our implementation. Now, for claims from 2007 to 2016, we have stopped collection. We have actually even processed them, but because of paucity of fund, we couldn't make payments. But now, they'll be taken over as national debt, and the debt management office is already paying those, for those who are actually part of the scheme, for all claims. As at last week, the second option took place, and as we speak now, the promissory notes have already been issued. People are already discounting theirs, and I'm sure by next week, maybe the next batch of promissory notes will be issued. Over 350 billion naira was actually approved by the federal government to be paid as promissory notes. Then from 2017, we have actually commenced payments for 2017 claims, and government has released over 4 billion as a part of payment for 2017. So at now, we are already collecting 2018. We have concluded in collecting 2018 claims, and I'm sure by any moment from now, we will call exporters to start submitting 2019 claims. The reason we have not started collecting 2019 claims, we would have started from as maybe towards the last quarter of 2019, is because the council embarked on a project recently to automate the process of submission. So you don't need to move over to Abuja to submit your claims. We have developed a web portal which we call the EEG portal. You go on our website, the EEG portal is there. You can type it on your URL, EEG web portal. And that portal will take care of all submissions. So you submit your baseline information there, and you also submit your claims application. I'm very sure very soon, what we need to do from on that portal, for now you need to submit and capture your applications, because those applications, they are manually generated. But now that the Central Bank of Nigeria has actually commenced the NSP automation, I'm very sure very soon we're actually also working with them. All you need to do to submit your application is to type in your NSP number on the platform, and every other information we need will be taken from us. I told you, any person will get a round of applause from you. At least my boss earlier said that he knows that some people are very vibrant. We're trying to work with time. So, in trying to do this, we have some challenges. First of all, our major challenge is that the export process now is still manually done. So everything is paper-based. If you look at the list of documents we listed earlier on, somebody will shout and say, how will I collect all these 7 documents? Because they are generated manually. But I'm sure by the time we finish integration, we won't need to give us those documents. So the documents actually give us a lot of problem than you, because we need to go through those documents. Some of them are not legible. Some exporters may not even bring those documents on time. And sometimes our exporters actually may even want to circumvent extant rules and regulations. Now you want to confirm what they have submitted to you. It is difficult to even trace them. Somebody has already told you to leave Abuja to come to Asaba. And by the time you land at the Asaba International Airport and you are calling him, his numbers are switched off. So are you now going to go back without seeing him? So some of those challenges, and without verification, you can't pay out government money. So the funding is also there. Before now, we were rolling out about tens of billions every meeting. Then it was under NDCC. But now government is actually budgeting for payment, settlements of EG claims. So until the fund is released, NEPC cannot release certificates. So any certificate you see in circulation means that it is cash backed. The reason why we have not released ECC recently because we haven't released enough fund that will actually go around. So for every fund that you see, every certificate you see, it means that there's a provision for it. So our major challenge too is the funding, is the budgetary provision. So those are some of the issues we have: consistency, lack of predictability, because it's a government, because of issues of changes in government, inconsistencies from even some implementing agency, because NEPC cannot implement alone. For example, the certificates are to be accepted by Federal Land Revenue Service. If you go there and you are being delayed, they will say NEPC tool is not working. So those are some of the challenges we are having. So funding is a major challenge. For example, one of the schemes we have there, the Export Development Fund, the council has actually been expecting a seed fund to commence actual disbursement of those funds. I'm sure there was a time we called for applications, but up to now, we have not been able to attend to any of those applications. So the way forward, actually looking at the entire council's activities generally, and we expect once we get greater funding, I'm sure you will get better impact of what you are getting from Nigerian Export Promotion Council. So I want to appreciate you and thank you for all that you have done. All we want to implore you is that as NEPC is doing its own bit, we expect you to also assist us, and this non-export business will take us to the promised land. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're welcome.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, distinguished participants. You've heard from NEPC. So if you have any questions for the NEPC representatives, please, you can just come close here and ask your questions real quick. Because like I said, it's a learning place. So if there are things that you don't have clarity on that you want them to clarify, please identify yourself so that we can move real quick. And please, if you come, your name, the organization you represent, and straight to your questions. Please, no lectures. So please, technical crew, just be ready. Immediately after this, you play the Nexim Bank documentary, please. Are we ready with the questions?
Hello. Yeah. My name is Lucky Odian, and I am from Warri South Local Government. I represent Nelsi Coat Nigeria Limited. You people have said a lot about exporting, but I discovered that you people are not really talking about the non-agro sector. And that is a potential for an exportation tool.
So what is your question, sir?
Now, other aspects of that is the non-agro aspect now. Do they still have the access that the agro sector have?
Okay, thank you. NEPC, please take notes. Next question, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rona Peters, the coordinator of a Edo State Exporters Cluster set up by NEPC to promote non-oil export.
Okay, go ahead.
My question is to the zonal director, and I'm wondering, because some of the things he said here about zero to trading, technology incubation center, inward and outward platform, pricing and all that. This cluster was set up by them, and we didn't get all this information. So I'm wondering how information is taken from the regional office to the smart offices, because even the Beehive training, we are not part of it and all that, so that the Export Development Fund will not miss out of it. So let's know how people get queued in. We can queue in into it. And I equally want to know the loan issue with Nexim. What is the time frame? And then from Akure office, we got your funds. So we'll be reaching out to you so that my members here, they will know how to fill out their forms. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Then the next question, please.
Onyema Michael is my name, representing Chrome Express. Mine is not like a question actually, but on the area of the training, which was made mention of, about those that are liking to go into this export trade.
Yeah.
The 6 weeks something training that you talk about, I'm like responding that I think we need such training around. That's what I'm standing for.
All right, thank you very much. That's a good observation. All right, Ma.
My name is Teresa Alana, and I represent Jebina Foods Limited, producers of plantain flour, which I have noticed has not been talked about in this forum for the past 3 days. But it doesn't matter, I'm doing very well. My question and suggestion is this. Nexim Bank has brought Nigerian Export Promotion here to give us an avenue of how to export our goods, our directors. Now my question to Mr. Ita and his company is this. Every time you want us to produce our things, our challenge has been packaging. It took me 6 years to arrive at an acceptable packaging by Nigerian Export Promotion. Why have we not got 2, 3, 4 packaging companies attending conferences so they can give us their produced packaging to your desired quality?
Fantastic question.
The people in Lagos who produce packaging are all Asians. And when I went to them, they said I should do 5 million bags at a time. 5 million. You know how much that is to me, an individual? I had to get somebody to help me get 5,000 pieces in China. And I paid by dollar through my nose, and I'm an individual. So export promotion, please. You know I have attended over 20 conferences from you. Can you please make it possible that proper companies that produce packaging to your desired quality are present at our conferences, so we don't need to go far.
All right, thank you very much. I think that will be all for the questions. Mr. Ita, you need to come back up here, take some of the answer. Your people that want to know certain things from you. So come and give some clarities. You can come back up here, sir. Then again, let me make an announcement. For those that want to have some of the materials, it will be in the next day or two. It will be on the website of this event and the website of the Nexim Bank. So you'll get some of the materials there, so you can download from there. All right, Mr. Taif, thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. I want to start from the rear. Madam Teresa Alana, Congratulations. It took you close to 6 years to get the quality that has met the market, the international market. We don't have to shy away from the fact that you have to be serious about what you are doing. A good content is eaten right from the outside, the peripheral looks. And so if you've put in all your effort in producing your flour, and then you cannot package it well, it means you've not started. Your request and suggestion for us to have some companies that could take you on in packaging, labeling, is well taken. I don't know how soon we're going to do that. I came in from Port Harcourt. We have a smart office here. It takes some planning. Forget about the Asian guys that are trying to tax you up to millions of bags to produce as packaging. We can start small. We can bring in some of the indigenous packaging companies and then they will train you. But you also have to do us a favor. Maybe you link up with the coordinator of the Edo clusters, because it won't pay us to get somebody down here and we accompany the person or let our smart office to join him and he spends 2-3 days just attending to 2. So please, we can talk and see how we move from there. The training, my friend there, I didn't quite get his name, is saying the 6 weeks training, you'll appreciate if we can have it here. Well, if the stage is set, we are also ready to move in. I have already discussed with my head of smart office that we can seek a little collaboration. Dida is here. I mentioned it to the DG. DG Dida. Hello, sir. DG Dida, yes. I mentioned in passing to you that this training is what we can put together here in Asaba, and it will go a long way, because what it does is that the minds that you bring together will develop the export culture, and it has a spiral effect of touching other lives. It could be a source of what the family will live on. It could also be what they will now become, training the trainers. They themselves will also bring it to others, and you are creating employment. We'll talk, sir. Okay, thank you very much. So my friend, all you need to do, I think Peter Onapasa, Peter is there. Please, you can get up so that he will be seen, or you collect his address from me. By the time we are ready for the training, it's for all comers, but it's not because, that everybody will be taken. Because what we do, we will publicize and select you. No particular certification, but you should be able to read and write, and you have the passion. Not that you should have more than school certificates, but it is of your advantage if you know how to use IT to be in such, because you cannot do international trade these days without that. And so when you get selected, at no fee, we now take you through all the rudiments, and at the end of the day, we will give you exams. Not exams for exam's sake, but to be sure that even the practical aspect of taking you to the ports to see how exportation is done, or even to the factory that you have packaging, will also be given to you. The other question is from Peters. I thank God she's also appreciated that Export Promotion Council was able to establish the cluster. Wherever the missing link is, I've noted your question. And we look at it. We are surprised that you've not been also benefiting from some of our training programs, capacity buildings. But I encourage you and your group to also make it a point of duty. My colleague mentioned our website. If you are online there now, you can check it. It's very interactive. www.nepc.gov.ng. you will also be impacting or receiving knowledge right from if you read that site. We also bring up new things as regards to export. So you don't also wait every time. I would have said it, if you notice that you're not getting some of these things, have you approached us? There are lines there that you can also reach and we get talking. Lastly, Lucky Ode, non-agro discourse on export. I don't think you are entirely correct. If you say non-agro, it means you are talking about other items of exportation. In as much as I did not mention all the items that are eligible for export, business for exportation, I can tell authoritatively that there are about 5 or 6 of the ones that are prohibited. Outside that, all others can go. You have the wildlife that can't go. You have the raw timber and so on that should not go. You also have artifacts that we don't take. Latex rubber, we don't also go with that. Scrap metal, these are prohibited items on the export list. Outside that, we categorize agro, manufactured, semi-manufactured. We have solid mineral, which is the non-agro that you are talking of. We also have services. And when you talk of services, we have experts here. One of them is our very good friend of the council, Dr. Madu. I guess you listen to him later on services. This is the biggest cash in the world now. Services, ICT. And so all these have been mentioned along the line. I think I heard 44 solid minerals. I don't know which one Lucky is interested in. So if you left agro, that is predominant here, we can also promote all other ones. I think I've been able to touch on all the questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So if you need more information, NEPC, the South-South Regional Director, you can always talk to him. Then he can give you more information. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so just focus on the screen. Instead of breaking out for our tea break, you'll be served the tea break as you're seated while you watch the documentary. So please, technical crew, run the documentary.
Upon assumption of office of the current executive management, led by the Managing Director and CEO, Mr. Abba Bello, on the 2nd of May 2017, the new management developed a new strategic plan for 2018 to 2022 that was articulated towards improving operations and to fully achieve the mandates of the bank and the objectives of the federal government of Nigeria under the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan.
The primary purpose and objective of NEXIM is to drive non-oil exports. So from the onset, when the bank was set up in 1991, its purpose was to diversify revenue sources for the federal government. We don't do anything that is related to oil. All we do is focus on the non-oil export.
Our main role is to provide export guarantees and insurance to exporters, as well as funding facilities in local and foreign currencies to exporters. We'll also provide financial advisory services to promote exports of goods and services.
Whatever products that Nigeria needs to export away from oil, NEXIM is a partner to support. We are talking about cocoa, we are talking about ginger, we are talking about gum arabic, we are talking about sesame seed, we are talking about hibiscus flower, and a host of others.
The 50 billion Naira Export Development Fund was disbursed by CBN to NEXIM in February 2018 to support export-oriented projects in its target sectors. Since the availment of the fund, a total of 138 applications worth 163.99 billion Naira has been processed by NEXIM, out of which applications worth 61.02 billion Naira has been approved. Of the amount approved, a total of 31.12 billion Naira has so far been disbursed to 44 projects, while approvals totaling 29.90 billion Naira are currently in the process of meeting pre-disbursement conditions. The projects funded have supported the creation and sustenance of over 30,000 direct jobs, in addition to many indirect jobs, while $59.78 million and 79,959 euros, translating into 21.56 billion naira, have been received as export proceeds from projects that have repatriated their income as at October 2019.
My name is Majid Ali Ta'an. I came to Nigeria early in the 70s. And I operate a company called Alibert Product. We are the largest factory to produce furniture all over West Africa. We produce with a volume of 70% local content and 30% importation of raw material in the production of furniture. The company has now 44 years of age. We started with about 7-8 workers, and today Alibert is 1,000 staff, both in Lagos and Abuja.
Lad Group Limited, Ogun State, where the bank funded the acquisition of the shea processing plant, which led to the first major export of shea butter from Nigeria in March 2018.
Hitherto, shea nut has been processed in Nigeria on a cottage scale, but here we have a factory that will compete with the largest factories in West Africa. My name is Kunle Onofowoko. I'm the Managing Director of Lad Group Limited. Here at Ikene, we are pioneering the industrial processing of shea nuts into shea butter. This project was conceived several years ago and is fully funded by Nexim Bank. And we have sent the first set of 10 containers of shea butter. We've sent them to the port. This project is very strategic to the country. Not only would the project generate foreign exchange, because the shea butter is an export product. It goes into the chocolate industry and it also goes into cosmetics industry. So not only are we going to generate foreign exchange, we also will curb smuggling. Because Nigeria has not had a big processing facility, there has been a lot of smuggling of shea nuts to West African countries, other like Ghana, Togo, even Benin Republic, where there are shea nut factories, processing factories.
Lad Group is one of our prime customers. We are very happy with Lad Group because it has started the production of one of the added strategic crop that hitherto Nigeria wasn't involved with. Okay, while it is said that over 50% of the raw material is sourced from Nigeria, we never had an industrial processing outfit to process it, and this is shea nuts. Okay, so Lad Group is our first processing plant in the country for shea butter. Given what we have achieved so far with Lad Group, I think we are ready to support them to the end, take them higher the value chain now to even start refining shea butter within Nigeria.
The company has so far repatriated about $1.11 million in forex receipts. Another company is Faku Agro Allied Limited in Niger States.
Yeah, this is Kiran Kumar from Faku Agro Allied Limited as a general manager. And we getting products shea butter, shea refined oil, shea fatty acid, and shea day oil cake also.
My name is Ibrahim Shew. I'm with Faku Agro Allied. I'm the engineer in charge now. This is a very huge project that will produce about 100 tons of refined shea butter per day. Our main export market is Europe, then US, and also Asia. This will impact this region greatly because this is a region that has low industrial turnout, so it will provide jobs for the people around this place.
Vertex Agro Limited was supported with working capital funding to commission its sesame seed and cashew processing factories of annual installed capacities of 6,000 tons and 75,000 tons per annum, respectively.
My name is Hensley Samuel. I'm the group head, finance and admin of Vertex Agro Limited. And we procured raw cashew nuts, which we have processed and still in the process of processing and exporting. but this has really impacted positively on our operations. Because our nature of production, if you don't have money at a single digit, it's going to be very difficult to compete. So at the moment we process sesame seed for export. We are also processing cashew nuts for export. We are exporting our first export of cashew kernels. We exported to Turkey in Europe. We are also exploring markets in Canada and the US and Guatemala.
This has facilitated the employment of over 250 staff, of which 80% are women.
We are mothers, we are wives. Kudos to you all. Thank you.
It's really impressive.
Now this job, now I pay my children's school fees. My oga, have work. So I thank God for this job, what God give me.
Another company is GB Tannery, a wholly owned indigenous company based in Kano.
They are like 100 years old in this business, more than. For every shoe, a real leather shoe you are wearing, it goes into maybe like 20 different processes, and we do all the processes except the production of the shoes here. So this time around, we still approach Nexim again. Hey, Nexim, we have paid you your money since 2006. We want to do some retooling and we want more working capital. Luckily enough for us, Nexim looked at our books and then they decided to give us this facility, a new facility to expand, to retool our place and to continue doing the business. Well, the intervention of Nexim then really helped us, because without their intervention, we wouldn't have been in this stage.
The bank's objective is to harness opportunities in the global leather industry. Hence, Nexim is working with the leather cluster in Kano to assist indigenous tannery to upscale their operations and become major players in the global value chain.
Nigeria's leather, at least from goat and skin, is rated one of the best in the world. Most of our tanneries supply their skins to high-end stores across the world. The potentials, like I mentioned earlier, are enormous. We need to scale up what we have today, the capacity we have today, by bringing back the tanneries into life. But are we satisfied with exporting leather? I don't think so. I think we should start thinking of now moving on to the next level in the value chain. There's no reason why we cannot go into the final product. That is what shoes, belts, handbags for ladies, and so on and so forth. Already there is a cluster in Aba that has already gained sufficient capacity or expertise in shoes.
The company currently has about 250 employees, which is expected to increase to 400 in 2020. Dulce Granite is another project in Kano, funded by the bank for the acquisition of machinery and equipment for the processing of solid minerals for exports.
Welcome to Dulce Granite. My name is Mustafa Habib. I am the CEO, Chief Executive of Dulce Granite Limited. We are beneficiaries of facilities from Nexim Bank. We acquired the machines for dimension stone processing. That is for processing granite slabs and tiles. Target is Europe and US and Canada, and then Saudi Arabia. We are invited to take some samples to Saudi Arabia, after which we agree on the price before we start exporting to them.
Another company is Plantation Industries Limited, Akure, Ondo State. The company has so far repatriated over $3.2 million in foreign exchange receipts.
Started a relationship with Nexim about 2 or 3 years ago. Talking about how Nexim money has been beneficial to us, it's also important to state here that this is a single-digit fund. In Nigeria, before advent of intervention fund like that of the Nexim we are discussing now. Interest rates in the year 2014 up to last year was as high as 25-27% in the country. But with Nexim money, we are able to have access to single-digit 9% interest rates. This has really reduced our costs, and by reducing costs, we have been able to expand our operation. Like Agro-Traders Limited, we are able to finance our farmer. Before we used to talk about 8,000 farmers. Between last year and this year, farmers under our program has increased from 8,000 to about 14,000.
The bank's intervention has assisted the company to boost its processing capacity and increase its exports.
Anyone who has a bankable transaction or a bankable project that has export as its major component can walk into any of our branches. Then our officers will guide him or her as to what to do to access our loans. You don't need to know anybody. You can just walk into my office if you want, and I will listen to you and send you to the appropriate person. Now that is why when we came in, we found that the bank was too centralized. Now, if an exporter from, say, the east wants to access us, he has to travel all the way from the east into Abuja and discuss with us. Seeing that, we now we found it necessary to decentralize the bank. Okay? Now, our ideal situation is at least have a branch of the bank in every state. But we're not ready for that. So what we have done is we started by having a regional office in every geopolitical zone within the country to make it easier for exporters to access us.
Belburn Integrated Limited is a project based in Sokoto for production of woven sacks for packaging of agricultural commodities. Other projects supported by Nexim under the agro-processing sector includes Huxley Industries Limited, located in Lagos, to facilitate the export of cashew. Agro-Ecnor International Limited, an SME located in Kano to facilitate the export of hibiscus flower. NK Indo Nigerian Industries Limited, located in Lagos to facilitate the export of agricultural commodities to China, Vietnam, Nicaragua, and Kuwait. Standard Cocoa Industries Limited, to enable the company process and export cocoa cake and cocoa butter. Under the solid minerals sector, CB Nigeria Limited, located in Kaduna State to facilitate the export of granite in West Africa. And lastly, under the manufacturing sector, Pan Marine Investment Limited, located in Abia State, to bring back the production line of the company into the market for regional export of beverages. Servig Agro Allied Limited, located in Imo State, to facilitate the processing and export of palm kernel oil. God's Little Tannery Limited, a tannery located in Kano to facilitate the export of leather to Italy. As Nigeria's Trade Development Bank, Nexim is quite committed to its mandates of promoting economic diversification and deepening of the external sector. The bank is therefore taking necessary steps to increase its funding capacity towards boosting its lending supports, thereby increasing the foreign exchange earnings for the country and facilitating employment generation.
Hello. All right, thank you very much for paying attention. Okay, we move forward now to our panel session. What testimonies are to churches, that's what agglomeration is, to in the investment world. There are certain people that have succeeded in doing business with Nexim Bank, and their success story will also help some of you here who are going to become exporters after this particular program. So we have some of them here who's going to be on the panel to have conversation with you and discuss their success story so that you can also learn. It's always said that for a wise man, everywhere is a school and everything will teach you. So it's better for you to pay attention, listen to them, hear where they are coming from and where they are today. And also, we are going to include on the panel someone from here in the States who is also doing exports, so that you know that it's not far-fetched. It's something that you can also achieve here. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly welcome to moderate this panel the head of strategy at the Exim Bank, Mr. Tayo Omidiji. As he comes on stage, please put your hands together for him. Mr. Tayo, please come on. And then on the panel, I have a young exporter, Mr. Atta Azanku. He's a director on the board of Agro Ecno Limited. Please come up. I also have another young exporter. His story is very fascinating, supported by the ED of Exim Bank, who encouraged him to make sure he goes into exports. His name is Victor Owoyemi, so you have to listen to him. He's someone you want to hear his story. Also on the panel, I have Mrs. Florence Omolola Jones. She's the MD, CEO of FOJ Multidynamics Limited. So women also are doing great things in the exports market. So please come up on stage. Just come this way. Come this way. Just come. Just come on stage. So I also expect Mr. Tayo Omidiji, head of strategy. He's going to moderate the panel. Okay, finally, I have the special assistant, the executive assistant and coordinator on export for the Delta State government, Mrs. Shimite Bello, as she comes on the panel too. Delta State is doing some exports, so we want to hear how they have been succeeding in that. So, Mr. Tayo, I hand over to you.
Hello? Okay, good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the cooperation so far. I believe we are all enjoying the sessions. It's been very interactive, and we thank you. Now, I have on my panel two ladies and two gentlemen, 4 people all together. It's an experience sharing session. People say experience is the best teacher. Now, some of them are exporters. I have someone who has not gone into exports, but is at a stage where she can do exports. So we'd like to hear from everybody. The way we're going to approach it is that we'll have each person speak for like 5 minutes. Tell us your name, the name of your organization, what you do, and your experience with Exim Bank, so that others can know that it's possible, that we're not just here for fun. So I'll start with you. Just speak.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Atta Azanku. I'm a director in Agro Ecno International Limited. I'm a director of investor and community relations. And we are specifically in the business of exporting hibiscus. Hibiscus, which is zobo, popularly called zobo. We started the company in 2013, 3 founding partners, and we started it in our dorm room in the United Kingdom. So the purpose of the business was just as a short-term gap to do something briefly before we get into paid employment. By the time we got into Nigeria and then we registered the company, we got support from family and we were able to ship about 24 tons. And in that period, the 3 founding partners got job offers. Now that was the tipping point where we sat down and we decided that, okay, look, we're going to take this thing seriously, and then we rejected all the job offers. I got a job offer because I'm a petroleum engineer by trade. I got a job offer in Qatar. The other 2 partners got job offers as business analysts in popular banks in the UK. So we decided to say, okay, look, we're not going to go to paid employment. We are basically going to create a global brand. Since there's no sustained global brand in Nigeria, after the 3rd, 4th generation, most companies die. And we said we nicknamed ourselves that we were going to be the kings of Zobo. Now, the business has done tremendously well. From 24 tons, which in layman's terms, that's 2 40-foot containers, we have now gone to over 7,200 tons, which is about 600 40-foot containers. In the last 6 years of the business, we have consistently made revenues of $1.2 million. Wow. In turnover, rolling around. And in 2018, Nexim noticed us as an innovative and young company, and they gave us an export facility of 100 million naira, which we have used to boost our retail packaging. Our retail packaging, which we now send into the US. Value addition, which we've been able to scale up to earn more profits in the business. Wow. We have also, in 2016, we created the ECNO Training Academy, where we train women in post-harvest and cleaning techniques, which you can see on the screen there. So far, we've been able to train about 3,000 plus women in those activities. And between 2013 and till date, we have financed over 120 million naira to over 1,000 plus smallholder farmers, which is 68% of them are women. Wow. We were recognized by the SME 100 for women empowerment and also youth empowerment last year. That is the award over there with the partner. And also last year, Business Day recognized us as one of the top 100 SMEs in Nigeria. And we're given an award for that as well. Wow. So that is a brief history of our business.
Wow, thank you very much. I think they deserve a very loud round of applause. Now, and it's a good testimony, to some of our young graduates. I personally, every day, I get calls from people who finished school, some as far back as 5-6 years ago, who are still looking for a job. But here, are people who started small, they left school, instead of looking for a job, they started something small. And you can see where they are today. They are even creating employment for people. So I think I'm really very impressed with this, and this is worthy of emulation. So thank you very much. So quickly we go to the next presenter. So just tell us your name, the name of your company, what you do, and how Nexim has supported you. Hello? Technical session? Mike, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tomolola Jones Idowu. I'm the CEO and Managing Director of FOJ Multi-Dynamic Interchange Nigeria Limited. I'm also the past legal advisor and legal secretary to Association of Charcoal Exporters of Nigeria. Our company was incorporated July 29, 2009, and we are mainly into charcoal exports. That's our area of specialization. We got to know Nexim Bank in, I think, 2013, and so far Nexim Bank, we got our application approved without knowing anybody, connections or anything, just tried to put our papers in order, and so far this is our second time getting the facility from the bank. The bank has been so supportive and encouraging. They want you to even do more than what you are doing. They keep asking, what next? What is your plan? So that way it encourages you to be focused on achieving even bigger than what you are currently dreaming about. So I would like to encourage other people, because later on if we talk about specific products, I know charcoal is a very complex and technical commodity to export. So that's just a summary.
Okay. So can I ask you at this stage, where do you export to?
Okay, we export mainly to Europe, because I prefer the contractual terms with European buyers, like Poland, Portugal, Antwerp, France, Italy, Spain.
Okay. And like, how many people do you have in your employment?
Well, the way the business works is we have people in full employment, and we have people based on outputs. But on each container, we employ about 13 people per container. So you can multiply that. It's cut across different people. So it's not just you are only working with these
both direct and indirect jobs.
We create jobs in the rural areas so we help with the rural-urban migration, because if people are employed in rural areas and they are well to do there, they can also make something good of themselves than emigrating to urban areas of Nigeria.
Wow, thank you very much. A round of applause for her. Okay, so please tell us your name, the name of your company, what you do, and how Nexim has assisted you.
Lasukome. I'm the executive director of Sombe Global Concept, Accra, Ondo State. So, we came about, Nexim were the ones who came to the office.
Can we have volume? People here in place. Volume, please.
Nexim were the ones who came to the office. The first day I met their staff, I just felt anything that involves the government, that's my belief that it's always delayed and all. But Nexim came and told us the loan was going to work. Mr. Folari in Accra office kept pushing it out. I'm not taking it seriously at all. I'm like, I rather go for something that I know is certain, like the commercial loan, even if I'm going to pay the interest. Because the government loan will only give me high hopes and it won't work out. He told me it was going to work. I'm like, okay, fine, let's give it a try. I paid the 50,000 application form and everything started going. The loan came. I didn't believe it. So when the loan came, I was still even in shock that this loan came. He said things have changed in the country. He said things have changed in the country, that the government is really trying to help businesses. I'm like, fine, if the government can keep going this way, we would really have things turned around in this country. The loan has been helpful because it has reduced our cost. Even we still take other commercial loans, but we know that it's reducing the cost and we can employ more people. Also, I think the government should work on the port, because even if Nexim keeps giving us loans, if the port is not functioning, we can't make use of the money really well. So all these funds, if the port is not working, the business is not going to go anywhere. Personally, I said I was going to say it if I met. The government should make the funds not only accessible to the exporters. The government should make the funds accessible to young graduates they are ready to go into agri. I know so many people that can do this business. Even if they give them 200,000 naira, 300,000 naira, they are going to turn it to millions, billions at the end of the year. So it should not just be to established people. It should not be to people that you think that they are going to pay the money back. If we have good database system, I think it's lack of funds that is really causing poverty in Nigeria. Some people just need 100,000 naira to start businesses. There are so many graduates from the public schools. I went to a private school, so I think the private school I even went to changed my mentality about a lot of things. I've not really met people that went to the public schools. The people in the public schools, they are resourceful people there, people that are ready to do things. I think I'm just a bit fortunate to come from the type of family I came from, that they can cater for my needs when I needed it. But there are so many people that if they have the funds, that they don't know anybody to help them get the funds. Because I'm sure maybe if I didn't work for my dad's company, I would not be able to get the funds. But there are some people that they've not had the opportunity to work for someone proven in the business already. So we have to give other people that are not yet established in the business the opportunity to have access to the funds. So I think when we do that and we work on the pot, the country is going to really change. It's really going to change. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I take the point about encouraging young graduates to also go into business. And that was why we invited Smidan here. They were here yesterday. Smidan, I know they also run the EDCs, the Enterprise Development Centers, where they train, young graduates, give them the basic information they need about going into business, and then they assist them to access small loans. So I don't know if they are still here. They can shed more light on that. But I wanted to quickly ask him before you speak. Now, you didn't tell us what you export.
We export
cocoa beans. Okay. Now, Nexim staff came to market you, and then you applied, and then you got your money. How long did it take you to get your money?
It took almost 7 months, but that was as a result of our fault, because we were not giving them the required documentation.
Exactly. That's the point I wanted to give, to bring out, because most of the time people ask us, how long does it take to get funded? I would say it depends on you. Okay, if you get all your documentation ready, within a space of 2-3 weeks, depending on how much you're asking for, you can be funded. So that's the point I wanted you to make. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, madam, hello? Okay. So we'd like to hear from you. She hasn't done exports, but she's into business. She's a prospective exporter. And Nexim is willing to support her to go into business. So let's hear your experience.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear? Okay. So my name is Mrs. Shunita Bello, and I represent the Delta State.
Are we hearing?
Maybe there's you. Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mrs. Shunita Bello, and I represent the Delta State government. I'm the executive assistant to the governor on export initiative. I would have you know that since Delta State was formed, they have never had this designation. This designation only came last year. Now, why the designation? A lot of the people, I used to handle SMEs for Delta State before now, and we had a lot of complaints, like what he said, the ports, having young people get money, because my former duty was to get funds to people. Like if we partner with Nexim, we will take the funds down to the people. Now we want to do Delta Beyond Oil, and I think the whole of the Niger Delta region, which is at South-South region, needs to export non-oil goods and services based on the status. So what did we do? we formed a committee in order to export a product. How did we choose the product? We looked for the one with the highest comparative analysis and advantage, which was cassava. Everybody in Delta, in all 25 local governments, farm cassava. We now created what we call processing centers. Now, if when this pilot was over, we realized that the processing center could actually get funds from a banking institution like Nexim. But what we did through my office in the committee was to give funds for the processing centers to get drying machines and other basic machines needed. We also went to Ministry of Agri, which is something the whole of the South-South region can use this pilot to do, to get the database of everybody in cassava growing, give them the address of these 5 processing centers to supply the centers. We also funded those centers to offtake the cassava. Now, when we got a professor that studied cassava to train them on how to create the cassava into gari, because we had an order for 30 containers of gari in London. So we didn't come from doing like a research or a government body. We first had to go out to find the market. The market gave us the gari specification. We now use that specification to give to the consultant to train the people at government cost, because this is when you say, what is government doing? Once they got the gari to the viscosity and the dryness we wanted, we brought the gari to a center, a Unida center we have in Iseluku, where we had bought equipment that can package 1 kg, 2 kg, 5 kg, 10, 20, 25 to 50 kg gari. We still got young people to come and learn how to package. We checked among government workers, the ones that studied engineering, and removed them from Ministry of Education, Ministry of some places they were in, to send them to where they can actually use what they studied. So these people will stand for us as part of the consultant should other people want to go in, because the first thing the governor of Delta State will tell you is that government has no business with business. We are only to do a pilot and hand over to the real practitioners. In getting the equipment, I do agree with the lady that spoke. Some Nigerians need to go into the business of setting up packaging plants, because all the packagers we got were all Indians. Let me be specific. I didn't even see a Chinese man. They were all Indians, and they were ready to bring any kind of equipment for us, set it up, do the training. So we're able to do that packaging. Then we also now have to do the logistics. So you now need people to load here, and at the port unload. You put that down. We wanted to know everything. We didn't want them to hide anything from us. So up to money spent on the road for the legal and illegal, we wanted to know how much did you spend, why did you spend, what were the issues, just so we will have a proper flow of what an exporter goes through. Once we had that, we went to Apapa port. It took us 3 months for that shipment to leave Apapa port. We were on the queue. We were paying so many different fees for lateness that was not our fault. But we wanted to see what will an exporter go through. And knowing that you have a tenured loan for those who will take a loan, you've already lost 3 months waiting on the queue for your products to go. We sent the first one successfully, we did the second one, and I'll tell you about the second one because it's important. When it got to Apapa port, somewhere along the line, cockroaches entered into the container. So when it got to the UK, they rejected the entire gari. There was no cockroach in the gari, but there was cockroach in the container. But it is now done. So for somebody who is borrowing, so many things can go wrong. And what happened? We did the first one, we picked people on the ground and we were comfortable with them, and we didn't do the same due diligence we did, believing the system should run. So that tells you for every container, put your eyes on the ground. Anything can go wrong. What have I decided? I will not export from Apapa port ever. That's what I'm going to tell the government. We will export from One port because it is not as busy as Apapa port, and they export every day. It is less stringent. So these are some of the findings we've gotten, so that even as Nexim is helping people for us, we're going to help people to make sure Nexim, because as a bank, when your money goes out, you want your money to come back.
Definitely.
So we as a government, and we're willing to partner with all the 6 South states, will do the needful for our entrepreneurs to help them elevate and ameliorate some of the processes that could make them default in payments, because you don't also want to have a payment default. You want to still have a good track record and grow. So this will be my opening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, later in the afternoon, we are going to have Dr. Madu talk about logistics and supply chain. I'm sure he would emphasize more on some of the issues you raised. But something that occurred to me is that I think subsequently, with the permission of my executive director, maybe we need to also bring Nigerian Ports Authority, because of this issue about, port congestion and the delays which affect exporters. So let them come and also tell us how we can address some of these challenges. Now, NEPC, she made the point that most of the people we have producing packaging are foreigners. And I know we were discussing earlier on, and you made mention of the fact that we have some domestic producers of packaging products as well. So sometimes maybe it's about awareness, of some of the service providers that we need. At some stage, maybe I will have NPC also shed some more light on that. But quickly, I want to ask Agro-Ecno. You deal in food products, you export to the US market. We know that market is very, very strict with quality standard, particularly when it comes to food. So how are you able to deal with this? Having your products have the required certification to enter the US market?
Well, to be honest, we first traveled to the US to do groundwork. We had meetings with the FDA and the USDA in the states, the particular states that we were shipping to. And they gave us their guidelines and procedures on what they want before you ship. Okay. So simple things like pot stuffing, food grade container, because a lot of people don't ship in food grade containers. They just pick containers that have oil or is dented, that has writings, is rusted. Now anything of that nature that the USDA sees, it gets rejected. So what we do to ensure that is, as she said, we stopped using the Apapa pot because it takes 3 weeks from Kano right till it gets on the vessel. But we started using on it only takes 5 days. Okay. And on it is clean, there is less traffic, and in fact, the managers of the port told us that we are the first to export agro produce from that on a port. So what we do is, by the time the goods get to on a port, we do inside stuffing. They give us food grade containers, and then we wash those containers in and out. We package it with nice packaging inside, and then we ship to the US.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, again, also, I would imagine that because you export charcoal, you will require some permits to be able to do that. Can you share your experience also regarding this?
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. First of all, I think I need to enlighten people about what charcoal is used for. Because we are not really into manufacturing in Nigeria of most of the commodities we consume. We just think charcoal is for cooking, grilling, or heating. charcoal is highly carboniferous, and because it is a plant-based product, it is actually a finished product in itself. It's used for metal purification, it's used for metal extraction, it's used in the fabrication of gas masks, it's used in the formation of anti-poisoning, it's used for drug addicts that are about to OD or something. When they are taken to the hospital or rehab, it absorbs the drugs in the system, neutralizes it, so they expel it from the body. It has pharmaceutical uses. It's used in the makeup industry for your mascara, your polish, your pencils. It has so many things it's used for. It's used to make carbonated drinks. For those who take whiskey, Jack Daniels, if you look at the documentary of the making of Jack Daniels, they actually let the rum or the alcohol content sit in charcoal. Excuse me. So they sieve it. So charcoal is part of the process of making all this your VSOP and all these drinks you pop in the club. So because we don't know the value of the product we have in abundance in Africa, we just feel, oh, it's for cooking alone. So with this knowledge now, you can see all the industries that charcoal cuts across, which we don't know the value of what we have. So part of the permits that is important for the European markets is certification, forest certification. Because people have this idea that charcoal, they are into deforestation and are not adding value. That is a misnomer. That is it's because they are not well informed. What the international market is looking at is sustainable forestry initiative. They don't say ban the products. You understand? So what they are trying to say is, for example, if you are establishing a cashew plantation, a cocoa plantation, and you cut down natural trees there, what some people do is they set the tree ablaze. We should be able to have a system whereby establishing cocoa plantation or sesame seed or cashew plantation, they'll be able to sell off the trees that they cut to make way for their products to those who will use it. So we will be using forest waste to make charcoal. Then you would also plant based on cut 1, plant 5, or cut 1, plant 2. Depending on if it's a natural species or a plantation, you are introducing a new species into your forest. So we are about to, that's FOJ Multidynamic, we are about to take steps towards getting FSC, which is Forest Stewardship Council Certification, or PEFC, that's Program for the Endorsement of Forest Certification. With these certificates, you'll be able to sell at the international price of the value of charcoal. For instance, presently people are selling charcoal within the range of €145 to maybe €250, depending on the specifications. But do you know, with that FSC certification, in the European Union market, you will be able to sell that same product for nothing less than €350, €400. So look at how we are undervaluing ourselves simply because we are about to get the international certificate recognized by international bodies. So that is for the international market. I didn't really talk about the local. So from the international, I will now go into the local certification. You need to have your NEPC, your CAC documents. To export, you need a limited liability company. You can't use a business name to export. I heard a lady earlier talk about, I have a registered business. You have to distinguish if it's a BN or if it's a limited by guarantee, limited by shares, or a PLC. That is what you can use to export. For the NGO that spoke earlier, by law, an NGO can't go into trading, profit and loss making. You can't share, say Nexim should finance you to give your members and you start trading, because it's a crime. If you produce those books to Nexim and they actually see that you are making profit, you may go to jail if they choose to prosecute you. So we need to know exactly what we can do within the law. Nexim can only finance what is legally compatible with their regulations.
Definitely. Thank you very much for that clarification. And I think for that NGO, what probably they can do is to register an SPV
Yes, with special purpose vehicle, yes.
Which they can then use to do exports.
Yes.
Now, quickly, because of our time, I would like to make this as interactive as possible. I would like to take questions from the audience. Okay, so can we have a mic, a roving mic? Yes. Please start with my lady here. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Okotete Stella. My question is for the Zobo seller, the Zobo leaf seller. Please, where is Onye Port? Because people are hearing Onye and they might not know where it's located. I know I'm driving to that direction. That's one. Two, where are you bringing your hibiscus from? I want them to understand the distance so they know that they have everything they can export here to the best, based on your submission, cleanest ports in their own region. So please just help us with that. Then for the Shako FOJ, you won't leave today because we have a lot of old plantations that we want to drop and plant 5. So you will come and make sure that you have a cluster of Shako processors in my state. You will not leave until you create that from this list. I'm begging you. Thank you very much.
Okay, to my right, there is another hand up there.
My name is Wendy Waham. I have listened to the criteria given by the banks. Nexim NEPC2, you have to have 3 years audited reports, if it's fresh, a management account, and all that. I'd please like to know if there is any company or anybody that you have picked up with just idea in his head and put through this process and is a success story. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's have answers to the questions that have been asked. So I start with you. The question on hibiscus.
Okay. So the Onye Port is in Port Harcourt, River State. It's located here in the south. So you have access to that here. And then we ship our hibiscus all the way from Kano. So Kano is the hub, but then the producing states are Jigawa, Katsina, and Kebbi states. So we have collection centers at those states where we collect, and then it's brought to our processing factory in Kano. And then there's an inland port in Kano states where they give us containers and all, and then we put all the stuff in and then truck it down. It takes 72 hours, 3 days from Kano to Port Harcourt.
So where's the source of your products?
Sorry?
Where do you get the hibiscus?
So I said primarily 3 states.
3, okay.
Katsina, Kebbi, and Jigawa states.
Okay, so it takes 3 days to get them to...
Yes, so it's brought from our clusters, our collection points, is now brought to our factory in Kano, where we process and then send down to them.
Oh, okay. So, okay, the question on the points that I made on charcoal. Yes.
Well, what Madam was talking about is what we call agroforestry, whereby, when you are making a forest, they use the spacing of, that's a man-made forest now, about 2.5 or 3 meters spacing. So in between the spacing of the forest, before the trees grow taller and form a canopy, things cannot grow beneath. You can have your annual crops like your cassava, maize, other plants that we harvest annually or biannually, or maybe 2 years. For it to form a canopy, depending if it's an improved seedling, that should take about 5 to 6 years, 5 to 6 years. So once it's 6 years, the tree is ripe for harvesting. That is for a man-made plantation. So while the tree, you are doing the agroforestry, instead of getting labor to be clearing the weed that will kill the tree, you have your food products in the same plantation that is also a farm. So the farmer is saving the cost of the plantation owner, and the plantation owner too is bringing nutrients to the farm products, because the droppings from the tree, it helps to enrich the soil. So it makes the soil fertile for agroforestry. That is what FRIN, Forestry Research Institute, and the Federal Department of Forestry, they are trying to promote agroforestry, because it's symbiotic, you know. So concerning plantations that are available, it's a very, very good initiative, because the export business is a chain. We all have to look at the aspects where we can key into based on comparative advantage, which she mentioned earlier. The difference between absolute advantage and comparative advantage is that comparative advantage is fine, we know you can do all sorts of things, but do the one that is most efficient for you to produce. Absolute advantage is, oh, Nigeria has minerals, we have oil, we have this, we have that, we have you know, you start listing all what you can do, then you become a jack of all trade. And when you compare, for example, the cheaper cost, which one costs you the least to produce optimally? So that is where comparative advantage comes into play. For instance, you may focus on logistics. You've heard that it takes 3 months to get to Apapa and what have you. You can say, okay, I have a haulage company, I have access to trucks that can move goods from the southwest to Onne ports. A lot of people are not keyed into that now, because I use Apapa. Sometimes containers spend 6 months before, from when you produce, when you invest your money, you produce, it takes about 1 month to get the goods ready. Then you get the truck. Before the truck will come to your port, your factory, they may do import to export. So they will take an import container, take it to the site where they are offloading it, then they will bring the empty box to you. Then you now do your loading. Before it comes back to Lagos, it spends like God knows how long on the queue, you know. Then it gets into the port, then you now have to wait until the vessel, because there's another queue inside the port, inside the terminal, before you now say, okay, where are my documents? So let me process this, process that, before you get payment. So I can see the gap of logistics, of diverting exportable products from those who work within the south, southeast, the north, and the southwest, to be able to boost outputs in Onne. So you may just say, okay, this is how I'll key in. Another way you can key into it is the bags. Though I got a contract to do charcoal specialized bags, 5-color printing, pillow pack, for a higher rate, and I couldn't get any Nigerian company to do the 5-color, the quality of the bag. So that's how I lost that contract. So I think I should allow someone else.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause for her, please. Now, the gentleman that asked question about whether we can support somebody with ideas, you didn't tell us what you do.
Well, it's not about what I do. I'm a fish farmer anyway.
You are a fish farmer?
I'm a fish farmer, yes.
Okay.
But it's just a general question.
Now, if you don't want me to give you a political answer, now see, a bank will not fund an idea. If you have an idea, you have to document it in the form of a business plan for somebody to see that the idea is feasible, and you have to do your costing, do all your projections, you know, cash flow. What are you trying to produce? Which market are you trying to sell to? You know, what is your cost? What is your income? What is the profit from your business that will enable you to pay, you know, the bank loan with interest and even get money for yourself? All over the world, that's the model upon which banks work. Otherwise, you know, we'll lose all the money that is given to us by governments to give to exporters. So that's the way it works. No sentiments about it. It is not grants. Okay? Yes, we could support startups, but you must have done the basics. That is, reduce your ideas into a proper feasibility study, which shows clearly the business intention, you know, how feasible the business is, the market you are trying to serve, the product you are producing, your cost estimates, your income estimates, and then we take it on from there. So I hope that answers that question. So any more questions?
My name is Prince Kingsley Isong. I'm the chairman of Coconut Producer, Processor and Marketers of Nigeria. My question goes to Madam, the charcoal lady. I know you are answering too many questions.
You have a lot of fans here.
Yes. Madam, whatever we do, as far as you cut down the trees and you burn them into charcoal, the rate of reforestation will not equal the rate of consumption of charcoal. I come from a state, Akwa Ibom State, where they are putting up a refinery, coconut refinery, that will crack about 300,000 nuts a day. I'm made to understand that the coconut shell can be formed into charcoal, activated charcoal. Please, can you confirm this? Because
yes, you're right.
Yeah, because if that is so, concerning when you consider the volume of shell that can be gotten from such a factory, then the local production, you know, South is a coconut belt, really. So if we can get charcoal from the shell, that will reduce our emphasis on cutting down our trees. Please, is that a confirmation that we can use shell for activated charcoal?
Yes, you're right, sir. If the specification of your contract is for charcoal shell, coconut shell charcoal, you can use it for that specification. But if you have a contract for something else and you ship charcoal shell, you won't get paid. So that's one part answer to your question. The other part, sir, is charcoal production and consumption. If you look at the National Bureau of Statistics, we have 36 states in Nigeria. Charcoal produced in Nigeria is mainly consumed locally in Nigeria. The volume of charcoal that goes for export based on our production is about 10-15%. And if you look at the National Bureau of Statistics, the volume of charcoal exports in Nigeria has actually dropped because of a drop in demand in the international market due to expectation of the certification I was talking about earlier. Now, let me give you a hypothesis. If you say, okay, block export of charcoal, you are only blocking 10% of, or let me give you 20% of the charcoal produced in Nigeria. And what does economics tell us? Where there is supply and there is a reduction in demand, what happens to the price? The price will crash. Now, once the price, because we have people we employ, we have the products, we have our funds tied in the business, so we will now have to look for alternate markets. And it is legal to produce and consume in Nigeria, so we flood the local market with the product. It crashes the price of charcoal. So once charcoal is cheaper than kerosene, gas, and other alternative source of producing energy, the demand for charcoal locally will rise, and government has been working to get the local consumers of charcoal to switch to kerosene stove or gas or other alternative means. But the law, you will be substituting one problem with the 12th National Council of Environment at Akure. And they sat down and looked into it with government to fashion out plans of how to ensure there is agroforestry, we use forest waste, and we set up, those who are doing the export, set up plantations, whereby we do the actual planting based on the government's policy of cut 1, plant 5. You find out that all the exporters are complying, or most of them are complying, but the local indigenous are not. So the government is trying to use we the exporters to educate the local producers and assist them in the reforestation. So we are even planting more than we are consuming. So it's very technical, sir. We can be here all day exchanging on it, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. The bottom line is we want to do exports in an environmentally sustainable way, which is what all this is about. Now, NPC, you want to give us some comments on producers of packaging products? Hello? Please, let him. Yeah.
Okay, I think from our discourse here today, we've heard more about issues of packaging. Actually, packaging is something we don't need to play with because if you are going to any country, there must be a packaging specification. But the fact that the issue here is that most of our companies, as we said, they are non-indigenous companies, or they are Nigerian companies but not owned by Nigerians. First of all, I must tell you the truth. There are many packaging companies here in Nigeria. From our statistics, we can tell you that there are over 80 companies that are into packaging that can give you packaged products of international standard here in Nigeria. And you don't need to travel out to get those things done. But the issue probably here is that, okay, I go to company A and I observe that company A is owned by India or owned by Chinese. Probably that is our problem. But if you look at it, ownership is not the major issue here. The issue is that the services are available. If you look at our manufacturing sector and even other sectors, what proportion is actually owned by Nigeria? That is okay. The real indigenous owner, the CEO is in Nigeria. There are very few. So it's not only in packaging we have such cases. But our major problem, even if government is going to support the packaging sector, the people that are available, there are some people who will still support. We would, by Nigerian law, any company that is incorporated in Nigeria is a Nigerian company. The person is eligible. This issue has even come up even in our other products like grants. They say, oh, you give grants to non-Nigerians, they are the Indians, they are the Chinese people. Are the companies registered in India or China? Are they not registered in Nigeria? So is there any restriction that prohibits Nigerian companies from setting up packaging products? No. So the problem is not that we don't have packaging companies in Nigeria. Our approach is that it is an Indian that owns the company. But we can tell you there are over 80 companies. There is even a packaging company that exports packaging products. Studio Press in the Ikeja, Lagos. You can confirm that. So why can't we meet them? Are we afraid to talk to them? So thank you very much. There are packaging companies in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much. So because of our time, we'll take 2 more questions. The lady first. Is there another? Because, yeah. So
it's by the state government, and I'm pushing. Are there advantages that I can avail from Nexim? Since I have the ideas, these are discoveries that is not so common. I mentioned I produce the orange that we lick, which people still peel as waste. I reproduce it, I dry the waste and make orange powder from it, which I use for productions of skincare. I also produce carrot powder. He was arguing with me, how do you do that? I said, I learned it. I went into research about natural products we consume. Since I am into organic production, what are natural things we eat that can be used for productions of skincare things? And currently, I have been in examination and research that I want to go into plantation of bitter leaf.
Okay.
But all of this requires support.
I think your point is clear. Okay, so the next person, because of our time. The lady, yeah, the lady.
Good day. My name is Naiberi, and I have a question. For everyone here there, okay, did you have to start your business before Nexim came in? Because if you did, how were you able to start off? Because I've been trying to start up my own business, but capital keeps popping up as a problem. And I really want to know how you raise your capital to be able to start up your business so that Nexim can come into assist.
Sorry, I didn't get that question. It's not very clear. Sorry?
Startup capital.
Startup capital.
How do we get startup capital?
Oh, how to get startup capital. Well, incidentally, in most economies, you have people that We have venture capital companies, okay, whose business are to give those kind of funding. You know, be that as it may, again, that relates to the other question, and then the lady was talking about business ideas. Yes, business ideas are good, but a bank will fund a business, not an idea. So if you have a business, an idea, you have to then, you know, translate that your idea into a business plan, which somebody can look at and say, okay, this is a good idea. And then in terms of Naira and Kobo, we can see where money will be made. Okay, so that's when the bank can now come in to fund you. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you shouldn't, you know, that those who have ideas cannot come up with ideas, but that your idea has to be documented in form of a business plan before the bank can then look at it and see how to support you. So that's where we are going to have to leave it. Our time is up. Okay, so before we go, I'll just give 1 minute to the panelists to just you know, give their closing remarks. Let's start from the extreme.
Thank you very much. So for the lady that talked about drawing, some of the questions you ask belong to different banks. Your question belongs to Bank of Industry. As a government, we are looking at drying machine, especially in Delta States, because of the amount of rains. We have done some inquiries for how much it costs. I think it's 6.2 million for the 56 tray and about 12 million for the 120 tray drying. But this state requires drying machines. That is not in doubt. So the idea or the way we want to go about it is we're going to create a cluster system where in one area there will be a drying machine and you will know the specification of what you can dry in that area. The government is not here to make profits as Delta State government. That is not why a government is formed. A government is formed for development at all costs, not profit at all costs. So some of the things government needs to do is to help you for the first time. No bank will give you your first money. It's either your family, your friends, or certain people that represent you. There are departments within government that will help you. We have DIDA here. We have the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Those are the first people you meet because you have to give Nexim a track record. They have to see a history of what you have done to know if you're bankable. You may have a good idea, but that is in your mind. Will somebody be able to pay for the product of your idea is what Nexim needs to see for at least consistently 6 months, better still 2 years. So to get you to that first point is family, friends, government. And that will be, there are many things I can say, but I'm just trying to abbreviate and summarize what needs to be said. So understand your banks. Some of the things you talked about belongs to Bank of Agriculture, production, and they do M&E for you and help you. So maybe after the session, find out who is representing the different banks. Go on the website of Nexim, find out what Nexim does. Go to NEPC, find out what they do. NEPC does a lot of free training for some of these things we're talking about, and it is hidden in a place called internet. So if you don't do likes on Facebook and you attempt to read what Nexim and the rest of the organizations are writing there, you may have asked more improved questions. My advice is, when an organization is coming to you to present something, prepare yourself. Read what they do so that you can take your questions to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, your closing remarks. Very quickly.
So, as my closing remarks, I can just say in the last 5 years, the government has really done well. It's been a slow start, but if it's steady, the country is really going to turn around. Getting 9% loans has been good. The past 5 years, and even the NEPC, I think they've gone digital. You can do your certificate online now. You don't have to go somewhere. NXP is done online now. So all these slow starts, if it's steady, the country will really turn around. Even when the government, if there's a government change, if all these things continue, getting these single-digit loans, it can even be lower. But we are seeing for a start, 9% is good. So if we can make this steady, and the last appeal I would like to give to Nexim and NEPC is to try and work so that all these other people that are not proven yet in the business, that have very good ideas, if they can put them on a really good database and monitor them, these people will generate funds for this country. They will turn these small funds to huge funds, and they will pay taxes to the government also. So I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Madam, you've spoken a lot, but your closing remarks.
Okay, my closing remarks, I would like to thank Nexim, the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank for setting up Nexim and making it a reality, making people's dreams come true. I'd like to say thank you. To answer the lady that talked about how do you raise capital, I have the idea I've started. There are 3 types of funds. You have the fishes, you have the dolphins, and you have the sharks. Now, your goal is to get your business to where Nexim can finance you. The fishes are your family, your friends, people that if the money should disappear, how painful is the bite of a fish? Worst case, they will not call you for family meeting, but they will forgive you. They love you. Their own gain is your success. Their profits in that your transaction is for you to be successful and independent. Then you have the dolphins. The bite of the dolphin is sharper than that of a fish. That is your ajo. Join a thrift. You can, if you want to raise capital of 200,000, join a thrift of 10,000 or 20,000. When it's your turn to capital, you put it into your business. You are not paying interest on that. If you want to raise 1 million, 1.2 million, join a thrift of 100,000 monthly. When it's your turn, same thing. The sharks are the banks. When they bite you, you will lose something. You lose an arm, you lose your life, you do, you know. So before you get to that track record Nexim wants, start with your family and friends and the dolphins. Play with them for 2 to 3 years and get your books in order. Once you do your books as and when due, you won't pay fines and heavy penalties. So it will be cheaper for you to do it. So look at Nexim requirement. Okay, my goal is to get a Nexim loan to push my business to the next level in the next 2 years, next 3 years. Set it as a short-term goal and start with the fishes and the dolphins. Thank you.
Okay. I would like my closing remarks. I would like to thank Nexim, the top management of Nexim, for holding this program and bringing us to Asaba. For me, this is my first time here in Asaba, so it's a welcome forum. I'm happy to be here. But I'd like to close with what that lady asked about raising money. You know, we always like to believe that our problems, the solutions lie outside ourselves. When I came back from my master's, before I went to family member, the money for incorporation and the money to export 2 containers, I raised it from my little savings from school and with my partners. Results is what move people, not ideas and too much bragado. So when you come with results, you show this is what I've been able to do with my little 500,000. I've brought you this one. Then I'll be moved to give you my money. But I cannot give you my money when you have not done anything.
So that's the way it works for banks. Thank you very much, this wonderful panel. A big round of applause, please.
All right, that was an awesome one.
Okay, so.
Yeah, that was an awesome panel. Very interactive. Please just hold on for a picture with the executive director. Okay. Just hold on as she comes to take a picture with her. But I've learned one lovely one: the fish, the dolphin, and the sharks. That's a good take home from me. Please, a round of applause for them once again. All right, so moving on to the next thing. Can we be settled a bit while we move to the next issue? From our program here, we tactically put together this particular session because it's really important. Managing logistics and supply chain in export business. Now, because one of the issues that people always have is your ability to move your goods from one point to the other. The guy who does Zobo tried to explain one or two things that he's been through trying to move goods and services. I'll tell you a short story. A few months ago, I was to supply Akwa Ibom State government with stems, cassava stems. And interestingly, the cassava stems, I got them here from Abraka in Delta State. So what I did not include in that proposal to the state was the fact that in Delta State, if you want to move any product from Delta State, the youth, you must pay them produce. So as soon as you load your truck, the youth will come and you pay produce. And as you move from state to state, you also encounter different things. So these are the things that a lot of people face trying to do business in Nigeria, and which are things that we must find a way to tackle. So this next presentation is basically going to focus on logistics in the value chain when it comes to transportation. We have, the Nexim Bank have actually brought the best person to handle this. He's a doctor. When I say doctor, a PhD holder, Dr. Obiora Madu. He's the CEO of Multimix Export Academy. So please put your hands together as he comes for the next presentation. Keep clapping. Don't stop clapping until he gets on stage. Are your hands hurting you? Clap. I can't hear you clap anymore. You can see doctor is even running so that your hands will not start hurting you. All right, sir.
Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Okay, I've been introduced. I'm one of the oldest persons in export. I was part of the first export desk set up by a bank in 1984. The bank is late now. So for the past 33 years, I have been involved in export, first as a banker, as a consultant, and as a teacher. So I know where the shoe pains you. So I will go straight there. I want to first of all thank Nexim. This is not the first time I'm accompanying them to outreach programs like this. It's a good opportunity. Now, logistics and supply chain management. First, those of us who have had the word logistics, can I see your hand? If you've had logistics, can I see your hand? Okay, quite a good number. Now, first question. We don't have time. I would have asked, what is the goal of a business? Usually, when we ask that question, what you usually get is to make profit. But that's not true. The goal of every business is to make money, both now and in the future. If you don't agree, let me push it further. In business, cash is the most important thing. That's why someone said that revenue, that's turnover, is vanity. If you don't take anything home, make sure you take that. Turnover is vanity. profit is sanity and cash is reality. You know why? If your cash flow is bad, you will die before it is time to declare profit. That's why when you get to a bank to ask for money, they will tell you to give them a 3 years cash flow to make sure that your business will sustain. Banks are not interested in collaterals, really. So how does that affect logistics? Logistics is the cost-effective way of moving and storing goods and people. Cost-effective. Export is profitable. But of all the things that you have been taught, if you don't manage your logistics well, you will never make profit. So, that's my profile, and let's leave that. Logistics, there are two major components of logistics, which has to do with movement and storage. That's transportation and warehousing. Then there are other sub areas like planning. If you don't plan, the goods cannot move. If the goods move, they will need somewhere. You'll be taking them from somewhere and you'll be delivering them from somewhere. So warehousing, that is very, very key. So those two things happen. Now, let's get practical. In Nigeria, we have everything that we need in terms of agricultural commodities. But one thing that is making people not to make profit is logistics. As I speak to you, I was speaking with the Sterling Group. The price of some commodities in Nigeria right now is higher than the international market price. And what is responsible for that, majorly, is logistics. So how do you manage your logistics to be able to make the profit that we're looking at? These are the things you need. Efficient transportation network, logistics infrastructure, customs and border requirements, banking and financial services, logistics services intermediaries. Nexim and other banks, I'm sure soon, logistics arrangement will become one of the requirements to get loan. Because you can actually fund the transaction. If the logistics is not taken care of, it can become a problem. Incidentally, as a company, you cannot provide efficient logistics network. That's a government challenge. You also cannot provide logistics infrastructure by way of road or rail and the rest of them. Let me give you an example. If you and I go to Kano to buy ginger, you put your own on a truck, and I put my own on the rail. Who do you think will make more profit? The rail. So the fact that the rail is not working is a major, major challenge to logistics in Nigeria. So then, of course, the roads. I'll show you some pictures as we go. The roads are not helping matters. Customs. Tayo, I'm surprised they are not here because most of the time you have this kind of program, they are on trial. Oh, they are here, but they didn't come. Okay, see, one of my clients was shipping some food items to the US, and he got to the port. The desk officer refused to allow the containers to go. By the way, that container has spent 3 weeks from Ido to Tinkan. Of course, you know why. Now, when they contacted him, he said that because Nigerian beans is not currently being accepted in the US, in Europe, that he does not think that Nigerian food items will be accepted in the US. Meanwhile, this guy has FDA, that's American Food and Drug Certificate. He has a NAFDAC certificate. He has everything. Having an FDA certificate means that your food item has a free entry into the US. It took NEPC to come from Abuja and 1 additional week. You know, the thing about export is time. Every minute you can save means profit. The mode of transportation, like I mentioned earlier, will determine how much money you make or waste. We have no rail, so it's all road. And the challenge with the road is also there are a lot of extra costs to it. You have to probably hire a Navy, hire Air Force, all that to accompany the truck, because in this country, anything can miss. Even the truck carrying your 30 tons can disappear with the driver and the conductor. It has happened before. So, if you are not able to manage your cost, and the major place where your costs lie is actually in the logistics. Let me take us through some kind of practical session. You are in Asaba. You are going to Kano to buy ginger. You get, you have a contact, the goods are ready. You either go by road or you go by air. Even when you are going by air, you can take business class or you take economy. The choice is yours. When you arrive there, you can take, go to a 5-star hotel or to any place. So in managing your logistics, the movement of these things, one thing that you can do, let's say you bought that ginger, it can be processed in Kano. Now there is what is called the Inland Container Terminal in Kaduna. That Inland Container Terminal is like a port. So it means that you can process that consignment, take it to the inland container. As soon as they take it from you, it's as if the goods have been shipped. So they transport, they challenge the risk and the cost all the way from Lagos to Asaba, or to Lagos from where you will ship. You have taken it out of the transaction. That's one. The other thing is that we do double processing for our transactions. You buy it from there, you put it in a warehouse, you do some processing, then you move it to Lagos. When you get to Lagos again, you put it in a warehouse. So why can you not do all the processing in Kano? Assuming that you are not taking it to the inland container, you take it all the way straight to the port instead of going to another warehouse in Lagos. These are some of the little things that you watch that is making logistics very, very costly. Now, the purpose of logistics, this is what it is to ensure that the right product is delivered in the right quantity, in the right condition, to the right place, at the right time, to the right customer, and at the right cost. That's why this is your saving grace. You can do the same transaction with somebody. One manages logistics better than the other, and you can make money, more money than the other party. Your choice of transport to deliver, I mentioned it earlier, 2 things you consider, or the things you consider. Speed. In logistics, someone told a client, let's move it by air. Let's move the product by air. And the client asked, when is it needed at the other end? He said in 5 days' time. Then he said, why should we go by air? When we truck, it can get there in 3 days. That's a lot of savings. Then the other thing is the costs. Some of us will not want to use established logistics companies. You go under the bridge and get a truck that has no insurance, and you lose the entire thing. There's what is called Goods in Transit Insurance, GIT. Don't put your goods on any truck that does not have GIT, because you're likely going to lose everything. Then the nature of the commodity. If they are perishable, then speed is of essence. Then you must bear the extra cost. You don't have a choice. Because if you economize, then you will lose the product before it gets to its destination. Which is why if you go to NACO at the Lagos airport, You see so much of vegetables. Tuesdays and Thursdays, go to Nako Shed. You will see what is going on. A lot of ugu, a lot of all manner of things, including this thing they call, okay, Yoruba people call it a ko. I think Igbo people call it a gidi, being exported from the airport. Those are perishable items, so you don't take them to the sea. Physical environment and temperature. Somebody talked about the yam. The yam story, every Nigerian knows about it. Government has no business in business. And when they try it, the consequence is what we saw. The truth is that individuals have been exporting yams from Nigeria. Simple, very simple. There's what is called cold chain in logistics. It's used for perishable items and also for pharmaceuticals. It means that the temperature must be controlled at a certain level from the beginning of the journey to the end of the journey. That was part of what we missed. First of all, the temperature was not controlled. Two, they used a closed-top container. So by the time the yam got there, if you put your hand will enter straight into the yam because it's already done. So you have to be careful. The people doing Zobo, their logistics is not the same thing as those who are doing charcoal. But one thing that is basic with every agro produce is that they have moisture challenges. They have moisture challenges. So you have to take that into consideration. Now, there have been a lot of talks about packaging. I think information, NEPC, the challenge is information. The last time I attended Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce African food exhibition, I was marveled at the kind of packaging that has happened here. So let them ask questions. It is possible to get now, this is where one thing you have to bear in mind all the time. If you were doing domestic trade, if you were doing domestic trade, you load a truck from one destination to the end and that's it. But look at what the international trade looks like. Every red arrow movement you watch there has to do with some cost. Every individual in that very particular diagram has capacity to derail the transaction. So in export, it's also about relationship management. It's about integrity. Now, another challenge that people have, I was speaking with Sterling. I think at some point, they got frustrated that they started buying their own trucks to move their goods. But I told him that I don't think that is the way to go because outsourcing has come to stay. It's about finding the capable partner to deal with. Because anything that is not your core, you cannot do it better than those who do it for a living. If you think that managing transportation is easy, buy one Danfo, manage one driver, then you will understand how difficult it can be. So, but the fact is that try and find capable partners, and then you can outsource. Outsourcing, you can't buy a ship because you want to ship some containers of cocoa. No, someone else owns it. So almost everything that you do in logistics, concentrate in your business, which is the export, and let other people do it, but find the best partners to do that. So like all you try to do all the time in logistics is balancing cost and risk. Balancing cost and risk. You be careful. At times when you are trying to save money, you run into a huge risk that can make you lose a lot of money. So that's important. Did you see that picture? Hello? Did you see that picture? What just happened? A product that was moving from one destination to the other had just fallen down and everything is... that brings us to the issue of logistics infrastructure. Logistics infrastructure is a big challenge in Nigeria. Government say they are addressing it, but we need to step up to be able to ensure that businesses don't die. Let me show you another one. If you are wondering why it takes 3 weeks for a container to reach Tinkan from Ido, you can see this. In trying to conclude, because I knew that it would be difficult to have the kind of time that I agreed with Tayo, so I kept my slides very, very short. I'll just say a few things because of how long I've been involved in export. The MD of Sterling said it yesterday. Integrity. For those who are coming in newly, when you make a call, the person says, yes, where are you calling from? The moment you say, I am calling from Nigeria, his antenna will come out. And representative of Delta State government talked about it. Once you process, the logistics becomes easier. When we ship raw produce, we are exporting jobs to other countries. Another caution I want to give is that people don't want to read, they don't want to learn. Somehow, we want to run a fast food economy. If you tell a Nigerian that this business will mature in 90 days, he will shout as if 90 days is eternity. It also takes patience. It also takes patience. Practically everything that we have, agro-produce can be exported. But there are specific forms and then specific types of logistics that it requires to be able to succeed. So if you want to make profit, your movement, the movement of the goods, who you partner with, and please also get knowledge. NEPC, the zero to export that you have promised, ensure that it gets to them. And then please also read books. Read books. There are some export books. I think there are also some at the exhibition stand of Nigeria Export Promotion Council. Buy, read books, learn from what other people have done, and then be able to make profit for yourself. So the purpose of logistics is to reduce your cost. I've given you several examples, but there's only a limit to what we can do within this time, because the 5 modes of transport, road, sea, air, rail, and pipeline. But now there are several others that are coming, because the drones are also becoming other modes of transportation. But what can you do with drones in export? So where you source your commodity is important. Handling is important. Movement is the most important in terms of saving costs. So on this note, I would like to thank Nexim for the time, and if there are any specific questions on any area of export, how to start, how to do logistics, where to find logistics people, because the challenge is that some people want to use logistics companies, but they don't even know where they are. They don't know who they are. Then clearing. At the port, you can't go to port with your container because you don't have a license. There are people who are called we call them clearing agents, but they're actually freight forwarders. These guys are part of your logistics, because once you source and you put it in the warehouse, from that point you have nothing to do with the goods again. It's the freight forwarder who will handle it and ensure that he delivers complete documents to you. There's a difference between exporting and smuggling. Both of them can give you money, but one of them will put you into trouble. On that note, I'd like to thank you, and I'm ready to talk about every aspect, and if you could also try to get hold of one of the books at the stand of Nigeria Sport Promotion Council, I think it will also be very good for you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
All right, thank you very much. That was very, very sound and instructive lecture. It was very practical, what we face on our roads, at the seaport, and even at the airport. So for our intending, those who want to become exporters, these are the things you must find ways to mitigate. He's an expert. He came with materials, so you can pick it up outside so you can read more, because this moment won't be enough for him to tell you everything. So let's move forward. The next topic we'll be taking now is on global export standard and best practices. We've been talking about standards here. NEPC spoke about it. Nexim spoke about it. And an expert is also here who is also a practicing exporter who will still speak about it. So distinguished participants, please let's put our hands together as I welcome Mr. Nicholas Elijah Shilza as he comes for his presentation. Please keep clapping. Don't forget, we're still going to have our raffle draw. So hope you have all dropped your complimentary cards, because that's what we're going to use for the raffle draw. So many people go home with new laptops, new gadgets, courtesy of our Nexim Bank.
Yeah. Wow. Top management of Nexim Bank. I'm told I have just 15 minutes, so I'll have to rush it. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, an opportunity to talk to this gathering. I'm very impressed to see the total number of people here. You guys are very fortunate, because when we started our own, we started the hard way. There was no opportunity of being trained or being spoken to like you have here today. Like he has introduced, my name is Nicholas Sheliza. I've been in the maritime industry as a consultant and as a worker for about 27 years. I was in the Nigerian Ports Authority for 15 years, and I left on my own that beautiful job to set up my own business. So just like the young man, I feel sometimes it is good to be on your own. I know by the next session I will also be giving my testimony, because the Nexim Bank has also reached my side. In fact, most of them only saw me here today. They didn't know it was my company that they approved a facility for. Very soon I'm going to access that facility, and it will boost my business. Most of the people that spoke here, they have been in this export minimum 5 years. Most of those that gave their testimonies that got these facilities. Though I have been in the maritime industry for 27 years, I have been in export for only 3 years. I started from a small beginning with just one container. In the last 3 years, I've been able to export about 2,000 containers. And 1,500 of the containers were exported through Onehia, not Apapa or Tinkan. We are in the export of processed and specialized timber and timber products. I am also a patron of the Tropical Wood Exporters Association. We export sesame seeds. We have done some cashew, and we are doing a unique product, which is cow horn, the horn of a malu. I will skip most of my slides. I've been so fortunate. Since I'm about the last to speak, or second to the last, most speakers have laid the foundation for me, upon which I'll only put my blocks. So I'll skip a lot of slides, because I'll prefer even to have questions. I'm a practical person, and I will speak practically. by the end of this discussion, it is my hope and belief that most of us here, especially the prospective exporters, will be able to start something. And you don't think that it is all bed of roses. You are bound to meet obstacles, but it is a very juicy and very sweet work. I want to also advise that you don't wait for Delta State government or any state of the South to pay their counterpart funding before they reach you. Start on your own. If I was to wait for my state to help me, perhaps till thy kingdom come, I will not be an exporter because I am from Borno State. Non-oil commodities, export commodities has been spoken about, but when we have to go into global standards and practice, we have to consider issues like classification into groups and so on. I will not waste time here. We have the agricultural and forest products. We have the solid minerals. My brother, solid minerals, they have talked about solid minerals over and over again. Maybe you're not here. Then the aquatic products, manufactured products, there are so many others. This has been shown. You have them here. That's the cow horn. In the book circulated by Delta State, I read and saw that you consume about 1,007 heads of cattle annually here. By consuming 1,007 heads of cattle, that means you have 1,007 times 2 horns, cow horns, which you can export. The receiving country for cow horn is mainly Vietnam, and they use it in the manufacture of plates and ceramics. And this cow horn that they are throwing away about here, my company buys it for about 250 to 300,000 naira per ton. So if you have it today here, call me, I'll buy. The international price I'm offered for cow horn is $1,600 per ton. If you therefore add logistics, which takes a major chunk of the whole thing, you will still be able to make very, very good profit than some of the items you are thinking about. This is a processed timber to specification, and this was one of the containers I exported to Qatar in preparation for the 2023 World Cup. I had an order from them. Gum arabic is a forest product. Rubber is a forest product. Solid minerals, columbite, gold, tourmaline, lead ore, they all abound everywhere. I think lead ore is in more preponderance over the country amongst the solid minerals than any other. But for starters, I will not advise you to go into solid mineral for a start. You will lose your money. Solid mineral is capital intensive. It requires big companies that are already settled on ground and perhaps government. If Delta State wants to go into solid minerals, it is a good one. But if an individual wants to go, solid minerals is something that you can be pumping your money in the ground and you will not see it until sometime. So it is not a low-hanging fruit. Go for the low-hanging fruits, the ones you can pluck. Aquatic products. The coastline here is full of aquatic products. We bring in fish from Sierra Leone and so on and so forth, but we have abundance. There is a company called Taraba Ross. This company belongs to T.Y. Danjuma. They are into fishing and they export as well. And it is of high value. Now to the crux of the matter. Global standards and best practices. You see, in export, you have two divides. You must meet the global standards and best practices. You must also meet the requirements of the domestic standards and best practices. most of the best practices and the global standards required internationally, you must initiate it from the domestic. There are certain documentations they need to see. Let us assume you are giving money by either family or friends, or you are giving money by the financial institutions, and you have the products. How to start the export, you don't even know. How to commence it, you don't even know. How to market for the products, you don't even know. So the global standards, attaining the global standards and best practices must start from marketing your products internationally, because you commence those discussions with them. Global standard, therefore, is involve analyzing the requisite international standards applicable and ethical means involved in export trade. And then understanding the basic rudiments of international trade as it affects export management. And that's what I told you, international marketing and exporting. Yes, you are doing cocoa, you are doing this. How do you market? One of the panelists here told us that you just Google and get buyer. It's not as easy as that. You Google and get buyer, you fall into wrong hands. You don't Google and get buyer. For those that are already established, it is easy to get markets. But for those that are starting, there are processes that you must follow. A child must crawl before he walks. So what is international marketing? Step by step, this is just grammar and so on, but it involves distributing, promoting, and so on and so forth. Distribution has to do about issue of logistics. Promoting has to do with, now most of you, I know in your subconscious, you've identified which product you want to start with. But my advice also is, for a starter, start with products that does not require much capital. There are products that 10 million will fill a container. There are products that only 2 million will fill a container. I know charcoal, you don't need more than 2 million or 1.5 to fill a container, depending on the type. But when you want to do timber like the one I did, you might need about 5 million to fill that container. So you should look at it. If you want sesame seed, the cost of sesame seed now in the north is about 320,000 naira per ton. And you need about 20 tons in a 20-foot container. You should not load a sesame seed in a 40-foot container because of weight. For charcoal, the best means of loading is in a 40-foot because it has no weight. And then, like the logistic person was giving us an example, and the young man that was here, you have to be careful also with the kind of choice of your containers. If you are exporting a cashew nut, even before the container is dressed for the export, because there is dressing, the normal thing to do is for a staff of yours, or you yourself, you enter the container, let them lock it and check if there is sunlight. There was one person that exported a cashew nut without doing the due diligence, and by the time the container reached Vietnam, cashew had started growing inside. So they rejected because it was leaking, and then it germinated. So in terms of, therefore, marketing, when you established, you now look at the potential markets. Which areas? Go on the trade portals. For example, some of the trade portals are paid portals. You pay to register. Alibaba, Trade India, Trade Key, Fodak, for those trading in wood products. You register there, it may cost you just little less than 100,000. But most of the people there, because they have paid, they are verified importers and exporters. They are verified. So you limit the risk of falling into wrong hands. The discussion that the gentleman from America did in the morning, theirs is one out of such trade portals that you can register. Yes, they are covering buyers from America, North America. Trade India is covering buyers from India and Asia. Alibaba is now global, and we call them B2B platforms. Unfortunately, we don't have Trade Nigeria that warehouses exporters and importers that somebody can log in and then see these ones. So it's another business opportunity. Another way is also when you get some of these people, if you have someone over there, you can ask them to check out for you. Then even if after you've discussed, that's our sourcing of export markets. In the course of that discussion, they will start asking you for your product certificate. If you are doing sesame seed, they will ask you what is the percentage of fats, what is the percentage of oil. We want to know what is the moisture content. Immediately they do that. We have some government organizations that have laboratories that can do it for a less fee. Go to Raw Material Research and Development Laboratory in either Oshodi or Abuja or anywhere. I don't know if NAFDAC does it for free. If you are in the solid mineral sector, there is the National Institute of Metallurgical Research in Jos. Because the price, it might interest you to know that the price of a solid mineral like lead ore or zinc ore is determined by the percentage of zinc found in your analysis. The price of lead ore is determined by the percentage of lead ore concentrate found in your lead. So it is as a result of those tests that they will now fix the price for you, which will be imputed in the contract. There are several other requirements for other products. Then you go into the terms of contract. I'm aware someone may be talking about that in the next presentation, so I will not go too much. But one thing I will say about this is that you consult trade missions, commercial and economic attaches to confirm genuineness, even after discussing with them, because you've not seen them eye to eye. The manner in which they are scared of us, we should also be scared of them. Now, in the terms of contracts, you should be careful about the terms of payment. That's the only thing I want to talk about. Everything would have been specified, including the specific things they need, but the terms of payment, you have either LC, which is the best, nobody can ever cheat you. You have, that's the letter of credit. You have the DP, or which in our own arena here is called bills for collection. That is, you get the documents, you send to your bank sends to their bank, and then their bank does not release these documents until you see your alert. That is how I do my own. So it is not that your goods must reach China or US before you are paid. No. When I load my own, as long as this is on the ship and I get the bill of lading in 1 week, the next week I have alert. It takes 45 days sailing time for containers to reach Asia, China, Vietnam. It takes about 14 days if there is no transshipment to reach Europe. It takes about 21 days for a vessel sailing time to reach the United States if there is no transshipment. So this you can put into the calculation of how you do your things, or when you prepare a business plan that you want to give bank, you must input all these days so that you will know when your money will be coming. Then product sourcing is from this end. Then part of it is that the inspection agents, we have SGS, we have Coptechna, we have Bureau Veritas, we have Neroy, they are here in Port Harcourt, and so on. To further consolidate your gains and make sure you don't have problem, is they could say, we want SGS certification. SGS will now inspect your product. For big exporters like Starlink, SGS will go to their warehouse and do it. But for a starter like you and me, SGS will not find time. to go to, maybe you don't even have a warehouse. So when you load, during your loading, you could invite them, or when you load, they will also be there until you close the container, and then they issue their certificates. If for any reason you don't have XGS in your area, you tell them, they will find an alternative which will be agreeable between two of you. Now, product certificates, I've talked about it. For this one is sector specific. For those trading in wood and wood products, like me, that is what is called CITES, which is Certificate on Trade on Endangered Species of Wild Flora and Fauna. This was initiated in the year 1963, but finally it was put into force in 1975, and 183 countries, including Nigeria, are today signatories to that convention. The headquarters is in Switzerland. Now, this is just to control and ensure that you are shipping wood from a safe or responsibly managed forest. The lady that spoke about charcoal spoke a little about that. The issue even is that charcoal is of little significance in deforestation. Charcoal traders don't go for live trees. They go for dead trees. When we talk in a meeting with them, they usually tell us that they are scavengers of what we have done and left behind. And right from time immemorial, my grandmother, they've been using firewood. The domestic consumption of wood and charcoal is much, much more than what is exported out. But because it is exposed to international people think this is the major culprit in deforestation. However, there is what we call non-detriment finding research, which is done periodically by Forest Research Institute of Nigeria. And as at now, the result of the last non-detriment finding has showed that Nigeria could still trade in forest and forest products without endangering the environment. Then the Forest Stewardship Council. It is more difficult to penetrate European market and North American market. It is much more easier to penetrate Asian market. The returns from the European and American market is, however, more than returns from Asian and Asian market. 70% of those of us that have started exports, I believe we all started from Asian markets. So this may pass a message. Then as we get stronger, we start exploring how to enter into the European market and the American market. If you are exporting wood to China or Vietnam, they don't require FSC certification, the Forest Stewardship Council certification. But for you to enter America or Europe, they require this, because the Forest Certification Council states from which forest are you even getting this wood to send it there. Is the forest responsibly managed? So if this was to apply to Nigeria, there won't be more than few. There is someone with a woodlot plantation in Edo State. There is a woodlot plantation in Ogun State. And because of the sustainability of that woodlot plantation, in the Tropical Wood Association, in conjunction with Federal Ministry of Environment, we made the owner of that Edo State as the chairman of the Forest Reforestation Fund, which in exporting wood products, we usually pay 200,000 per container through remitter for this CITES certification for reforestation. And for now, in the last 2 years, we have over 2 billion in that account. And as an association, we have also spent close to 200 million in reforestation in states that we are picking these woods from: Taraba, Adamawa, Kogi, and Ondo states that our members pick woods from. This time small. Anyway, qualities required to achieve global standard in international marketing. You require technical competence in marketing, specialized knowledge of factors in international environments that are dissimilar or absent in the domestic market. What is available there that is not here? If you don't know, you are going to have problem. You have to have knowledge of government policies in exporting country. For example, government policies about registration from various agencies have been told here. But since we started, I observed from day one till yesterday, most speakers, especially some of the DFI institutions that are concerned with agriculture, had emphasized on even sorghums like maize. How many of us know that maize is prohibited from export here? How many? You see, only few. You cannot export maize. It's part of the import prohibition. And I know the import behind prohibiting from export was because any order for maize, any order for soybeans is always in large volumes. Contract, variation in taxes and tariffs by countries, e.g., I'll just give you one single example here. You need to know about tax issues. The gentleman from, okay, I'll round up so that I take more questions maybe. The gentleman from US was saying about the AGOA. Generally, whether AGOA or no AGOA, export is exempted from payment of duty. But the fact that there is that agreement and you don't pay duty there, it will make them to place order more from Nigerian exporters, and it will now boost their earnings. If you are exporting sesame seed from here, and another exporter from Chad or Niger is exporting sesame seed to China, there is a bilateral agreement between China and some of these less developed countries that their sesame seeds in India and China does not attract duty. But the one we send from here, they pay 30% duty, our importers. So before the importers will come to you until they find out that there is none in Chad or Niger. And the rest will be on autopilot. Thank you. Questions? Sorry, please, one thing. Delta State, I wanted to tell you something. Because of my experience in the port, you are missing an opportunity here. Warri is underutilized. This should be between Delta State and federal government, Federal Ministry of Transport. I had worked a paper before that I never brought out. In some developed countries, certain ports are designated for certain exports. This would Warri and any other port in the country could be designated just for export of commodities or export products. And then, by doing so, it would decongest Apapa, it will decongest Tinkan, it will create employment here, it will bring other ancillary services such as warehousing, packaging, and so on, all here. And then in maritime economics, why ships don't come here or the freight is high is because of two things. One, piracy in the Gulf of Guinea. Naturally, the insurance premium is so high. So it translates to high freight. But additionally, it's because there is no traffic generation in Warri Port. Nobody generates containers. How many people are exporting through Warri Port or there? So by the time it is designated as a specialized port, all of us, whether from north or from where we come here, would have generated this traffic that the freight rate will come down. It is done elsewhere. It can be done here, but it's government to government from up. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. It's just, it's really a good place to leave it. And I'm also very glad to announce that we have a delegation from NIMASA, that's the Nigerian Maritime and Safety Administration Agency. So they're also carrying out some good policies They are doing some interventions in the maritime sector. They have their public sector support, cargo support initiative, which the new management is working on now. So they are also pursuing some single-digit interest rate for indigenous ship owners and all. So they are here also represented by Mr. Nnamdi Enejere. Please, Nnamdi, stand for recognitions. So if you want to ask questions concerning maritime shipment and all of that, so he'll be around for you to ask him questions. Thank you very much. So distinguished participants, let's move on to the last presentation today. I say women too are also doing things when it comes to the export market. So I have one of them. Don't look at her size, but she's doing great things in the export corridor. Please, for the next presentation, I have Miss Adetokunbo Adewoyin. She is the managing consultant, Fortress Commodities. As she comes for her presentation, please put your hands together for her. Like I said, don't look at her size. Her money plenty. Please keep clapping as she comes. She's a lady. Come on, Deltans.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's good to be back in Delta State. When I was about to serve, about 2009, that's 11 years ago, they actually posted me to Delta. And, you know, at the camp, they were threatening us with Patani and Bomadi. And so I ran away, I ran back to my Lagos. But now I'm back in Delta to do this presentation, and I'm very, very happy to be here. So everybody has spoken so far on exports.
Please. Okay, please, for those that want the last presenter's contact, please just go back to your seat. We'll put his number on the screen so that you don't distract people. Please, just go back to your seat. Sir, please, just go back to your seat. I'll get his number. It will be on the screen soon. Thank you. Go ahead.
So far, everyone has spoken about exports, and now let's get into the practical. So most times when I have to do something on exports, I have to explain, because a lot of people think I'm like 20 or maybe 25. So I have to explain that this is 2020, by March to be my 13th year in the exports industry. So I have done some time. So don't worry about the size. We have been long in this exports business. The speaker who just finished now, he spoke a bit to this slide. And I always tell people, whenever you want to do exports, you have to have a strategy. But the speaker has already spoken to this slide. You know, what do you want to export? Is that commodity available in your local environment? Do they meet international standards? Some people will say they want to export Gary. Does that Gary meet what the international market wants? Or is just your own Gary? I beg, help me manage them like that. In exports, they don't manage it like that for you. They want something, and you have to give them what they want. Then, what certification do you need? What country do you want to export to? Is there a market for that commodity? Then what quantities do you want to start with? Like we have said, it's sometimes good to start small learn from the process, and then scale up. Then what financing options? Thank God for Nexim. Nexim has talked about the financing options. Then what kind of buyers do you want to deal with? Do you want to deal with small factories? Do you want to deal with big factories? Do you want to deal with middlemen? Then what is your costing like? So then do you have the technical expertise to handle the export? This slide is the most important slide I want to take out of here, apart from the operations. That an exporter is first of all an ambassador. And so if you decide that you want to be an exporter from Nigeria, what you have decided to do is that you want to be an ambassador for Nigeria. You know, yesterday when I came into the session and Starlink was speaking, and he was talking about what they are selling is integrity. And immediately you understand as an exporter that what you are selling is integrity, and you are representing Nigeria. So every time you send out something that is bad or something that is substandard, you just told the world that Nigeria is substandard. The reason why their flags are raised is because some people who have represented us to them have done the wrong things. So if you remember that for every time you want to send out that product, you are representing Nigeria, and that your product can either open the door for somebody or shut the door. So now beans is banned in the international market, not because they don't like us, but the beans we sent, the aflatoxin level was high, and it was some people that were behind it. If we had done the chemical analysis and saw that the aflatoxin level was high, and we decided to do the right thing, then we wouldn't have shut the door against Nigerian beans. So that door is closed because someone decided to do the wrong thing. So everybody in this room, if you don't remember anything, anytime you decide to send out a product, remember that your product is the Nigerian flag, is green, white, green. So whatever that product, if that product doesn't meet specification, please don't send it out yet. Improve on it, work on it, do something to it to make it that the next time they want to buy, they will say we want to buy Nigerian own. But never send out a product that will shut the door against us in Nigeria. So I want you to remember that, even if you don't remember anything from this. Let's get into it. There is an export process checklist. So I'm going to run through that checklist with the other slides. You have collected your contract. They have given you a contract. Supply us this particular commodity. So how do you go about executing that order? The first thing is to check the contract to confirm the terms of the contract. So what are the terms of the contract? Is it free on board? Is it cost and freight? Is it cost, insurance and freight? There's also the issue of Incoterms 2020. So I know there are a lot of exporters in the room, and I was speaking to some exporters in September, and I was talking about Incoterms 2020. And Incoterms is the international commercial terms where you used to, that's what you used to trade. And funny enough, a lot of people didn't know that Incoterms had changed from 2010 to 2020 because it's reviewed every decade. And ignorance of Incoterms 2020 is not an excuse. So if you had been used to trading under Incoterms 2010 and the decade has turned and they write it in your contract that is according to the laws of Incoterms 2020, and you did not know or you did not look at it, at the time of dealing that contract, you just discovered that they now said, it's under Incoterms 2020, and you are thinking that it's Incoterms 2010. So you have to check the terms of your contract to be sure that you know what the contract requires. Okay, let me speak to this slide a bit. And these are the bodies involved in the export process. Son was here yesterday. There's the Manufacturers Export Group for those who manufacture products. It's always important to align with some of these organizations, because by aligning with them, you can also interact with people who are already exporting. It's not always good to learn from your own experience. It might be very costly. So that thing that you are trying to do, someone might have done it before, and then the person might have made some mistakes. And so because the person has made some mistakes, you can leverage on the person's knowledge. So there's the Manufacturers Export Group, there's the CBN, there's the Quarantine. Quarantine was here yesterday. There's NAFDAC, there's Ministry of Trade. And Ministry of Trade, the Federal Produce Service is under Ministry of Trade, so they inspect. There's the Inspection Agency, that's Carmine. There's Finance. There's Nigeria Export Promotion Council. Of course, you can't do any exports without the Export Promotion Council. There's the Chambers of Industry, Mines and Agriculture. They issue the Certificate of Origin. Then there's the Nigeria Shippers Council. Then there's the Customs. So all these people are involved in the export process, and you have to understand what parts they play in the export process. It's unfortunate that my time is very short and the slides are quite many, so I have to move very fast. You have looked at your contract. So the next thing is you either buy what you want to sell. So if it's hibiscus flower that you decided that you want to export, or you want to export shea nuts or shea butter, or you want to export gari, so you manufacture or buy the products according to the quality standards as agreed in the contract. Please, if you have signed something and you said, this is what I'm going to give you, there's something called sanctity of contract. In this part of the world, you can beg and say, I beg now, I don't know, as I carry the cashew come, now so because the day road, now so the cashew, now so water can enter, now so as I carry and reach your warehouse, now in the thing don't grow and all of that. But in the international markets, there's no abeg. There's no me manage am like that. There's no, should be the last one where I give you now. That one you do well. Now me give you that last one. So this one you go help me collect them like that. Once you mix them together, everything go there, okay. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that at all. So you have to understand that whatever quality I signed is the one I am going to give out in the market. Let me give you an example. There was this time someone brought cashew to the warehouse, and the moisture of the cashew was high. So there's a moisture meter that you put the cashew in, and it shows you the moisture. The moisture was 15%, and the man now carried it. The man said, before you enter primary school, I don't do this cashew. I don't do this cashew before you enter primary school. See him. So he shook it like this, and the cashew did peke. He said it dry. I said, Oga, when I was signing contract, Oyibo is not going to shake hand for me like this. Oyibo is going to put it inside the machine. He's going to test the moisture. If it's not the required moisture, he's going to reject it. So no sentiments. It's not about whether Oyibo, and let me tell you, the Oyibo man is not being bad. The Oyibo man has also signed a contract. So it's like a chain. So if you default on your own end, it means that he's also going to default on his own end. And he's going to pay a penalty for defaulting on his own end. So it's like we are helping each other. It's just like I want something to use in my factory. Like I want to make gari, and you now give me cassava. So that cassava that you gave me, half of it was bad. Maybe 10 stems of cassava is supposed to give me 1 bag of gari. You gave me 10, 5 out of it is bad. So that means I'm getting half of what I'm supposed to get from my factory, and I've paid you full price. Who will be short? Me. So at the end of the day, it's not because they are wicked, it's not because they are strict. It's just that this is what is required for all of us to be profitable. So from the back end, do the right thing. Don't cut corners. I always tell people, exports is like exam. And like the last speaker said, most times in your transaction, they don't pay you when the goods get there. So they will not inspect it. It's like exam. So you have done the exam. You have submitted your script. So they have paid you. You have collected the money in your hand. The container now gets there. They open it. They see what you have put inside. It doesn't meet the test. They can reject it though. And when they reject it, you have to pay them back. So why don't you just do the right thing from here? In exports, what I've discovered is that a lot of people, they do informal exports. And so everybody really is an exporter. If you go to Instagram, for the younger ones, you will see many people who are exporters. There's a difference. Some people send something. They send things. They call themselves exporters too, but they send things. So you send something abroad and they give you back the money. You are not an exporter. You send things. You are like a sender. Because if Nexim wants to give money, for example, exports that is not formal or documented nobody can trace it. So if you are producing cosmetics, for example, and you are sending it to your sister in Japan to help you sell it, you are not an exporter. You are an informal exporter. The formal export sector doesn't capture you. For you to be a formal exporter, you have to be registered with the NEPC. You have to open NXP form. Your NXP form, fortunately, can be done online. So just go to their portal and register for your NXP form. So whenever you are ready, go there, open the NXP form, and then they will process it for export. You will pay the required charges, and then you are on your way to exporting. Process your products for exports. So this part is the part of what kind of exports do you do. So are the commodities wet? If your commodities are wet, for example, and the moisture level is high, you have to dry it. If it's such that the commodities are usually dirty, you have to clean it. Like sesame, for example, you have to clean the sesame. Hibiscus, you have to clean the hibiscus. Cocoa, I know Starlink is here. There's one thing that local buying agents or merchants always do sometimes, where they will put stones inside the cocoa, and because of weight, they want it to have weight. So when you are now drying, if you are fortunate and it's a parcel that is not dry, when you pour it on the platform to dry it, you will now start seeing big stones inside those things. The international market will classify that as foreign matter, and there's a percentage of foreign matter that is allowed to be in your goods. So if it's higher than, so I know that most people, especially the young ones, so I'm talking to the young people mostly, and I'm speaking to the utilization of your phone. Instead of using your phone to just do Instagram and Facebook, there is a place called YouTube. And the YouTube is not only to watch videos and play. No, you can look at that commodity that you say you are interested in and say, okay, if I want to do okra, for example, how do I package it? Put it there and check. So your mobile phone has now become something, a tool that is connecting you to the world. You don't need to, in those days, you will need to travel to all of these countries. But in these days, things have become so simplified that from your phone, you can know what is required. There's also the labeling. So for some commodities, even jute bags, the ones we package in jute bags, they will say marking, they will say a particular kind of marking. So you have to brand it a particular way. In some countries, if you don't brand it that particular way, the goods can be rejected. Then there's fumigation. So for some commodities, especially agricultural commodities, you have to fumigate them. And you have to fumigate them beforehand. So the normal practice at some point was that some people will fumigate inside the container just before the goods are about to leave. But it's a bad practice. Your goods are supposed to be fumigated at least 72 hours, or depending on the kind of commodity, before they leave, so that infestation doesn't happen on the way. Because by the time you put it inside the container, and especially with apapa problems, the insects that are inside might start germinating, and then before the goods get to destination, it might have been destroyed. So these are some of the practical things. It all boils down to information and the decision not to cut corners. If you are someone who wants to cut corners, or if you are used to cutting corners, export business is not for you. Do another work. Not be export you suppose do if you dey cut corner. If you are someone that is not used to following a process, and it's something I've noticed that most Nigerians don't want to follow the process. We want to make sharp money. So someone sent me a chat yesterday and said, I want a business where I can make fast money. I said, it's not exports. She said, so which one? I said, I don't know. I know that in business, when you create value, money follows. But not that, I don't know how to make quick money. I know how to create value. And when you create value, the money will naturally follow. So your shipment route, it depends on what commodity you are doing. So for some commodities like vegetables, Dr. Madu mentioned it. If you go to NACO on a Tuesday or a Thursday, in fact, NACO is in Lagos, is at the aviation shed in Lagos. If you go there on a Tuesday and Thursday, you see vegetables, because those aircrafts will fly same day and they will get to destination same day. So you will see fresh vegetables on those particular days. So if it's vegetables you want to export, you know that it is by air that I'm going to export it. You can't put vegetables inside container, and you can't put vegetables inside a truck. Even if it's going to travel by road, by the time it gets to wherever you are going to use it, it would have withered. So it has to be by air. So understand your product. This is my product. The natural way of nominating your shipping line is ask all the shipping lines and then choose the cheapest one. That's not the good way of doing it. So if I want to ship something, for example, I talk to all the shipping lines, and I discover that this particular shipping line is charging me $550. Another one is charging me $700. Which one am I going to choose? $550. Wrong. You know why? Because the one charging you $550, it might take 50 days for that person to get to destination. The one charging you $700, it might take him 30 days for them to get to destination. If your goods are perishable, it's better for you to go with a vessel that moves faster than the other one, if your goods are perishable. So you need to understand these things. It's not just the naira and kobo. It's what service are they going to render me? So I always say to people, when you want to choose your shipping line, choose first of all by transit time. How long is it going to get there? And thank God for internet. These things are no longer hard. Go to their website. You can go to Surf Marine, for example, or CMA, and then check. I'm going to Apapa, Nigeria, or One, Nigeria, to Sweden, or wherever. It will show you the shipping schedule. and you can know how many days it takes to get there. Shipping lines have been known to lie about their transit time. Their websites cannot lie. You understand? So a marketer, I remember there was this time a marketer came to market his shipping line. And I said, okay, what's your transit time? He said it's 45 days. I said, okay, very fine. I went to their site. I checked. It was 57 days. I was like, okay. He said, no, that they've not updated the website and all of that. I said, no, I'm going to go with your website. And so it's important for you to check. And the internet has made these things very, very easy. Load the goods for export. So depending on what you are exporting, is going to determine what kind of container you use. So the earlier speaker talked about food grade containers and non-food grade containers. The first container there is a flexi tank that is inside it. So if you are loading liquid, for example, you load it inside that flexi tank. If you are loading commodities, there are some kind of containers. You know, the person who just spoke now talked about examining your container to be sure there's no hole inside. And it's absolutely necessary. Most times, you enter the container, you shut it. You look for holes. If there are holes inside the container, you choose another container. Then monitor the goods till they sell. That's also another advantage of the internet. You can do track and trace and monitor the goods. Then you collect your shipping documents, your bill of lading or your airway bill from the shipping line. Those are the documents that will show that those goods have actually gone. Then you prepare the commercial documents, your commercial invoice, your packing list, and then you send it to the bank you send it to the buyer's bank through your own bank. Then you receive the payment in your export domiciliary account upon presentation of complying documents. So it's not when the goods get there they will pay. When you present the real documents, they will pay you. Then you convert your money at the investors and exporters FX window and then receive Naira in your account. Then because you have sent the goods and you have collected money, don't stop there. Track the shipment to be sure that the buyer received the goods in good condition. If he did not receive it in good condition, find out why. And you people should sit down and talk about, don't run away from that buyer. They can blacklist you from the export market. Then process your export grants. NEPC has spoken about the export grants. It's something that most exporters don't collect because they do informal exports. But once you do formal exports, you can always process your grants. Thank you very much. Questions? Okay. Questions? Okay.
Okay. Okay, 3 questions. Okay, we're going to take 3 questions from the participants. Please indicate if you have question for her. Okay, that means we're all clear. Everybody understood what you said. Fantastic. Are you sure you won't start exporting lectures? Fantastic one. Okay, distinguished participants. So we'll do a kind of a wrap up. So I will invite the head of strategy, Mr. Tayo Omidiji, as he comes to do a recap. So we're almost coming to an end. The program is almost coming to an end.
Thank you very much. Maidi, I think next time we should have more lady resource persons. Because to me, I think the ladies have done better. Anyway, that's on a light mode. Let me first of all thank all of you for your attention and participation. Now, I attend conferences a lot. This is about the first time I'm seeing this kind of attendance for 3 days consistently, consecutively. I think we all deserve a round of applause. So at the end of this session, we'll be awarded certificates. Participants will be given certificates, which I've been told you can use to come from Nexim. The ED will confirm that when she comes up. Okay, my role is simple. It's just to do a wrap-up. Because of time, I'm not going to waste a lot of time. In any case, the presentations were very clear. So I won't need to go too deeply into them. Now, first of all, in the morning, we have the man from US. Incidentally, I do not have his full details, but he came to tell us about how to export to US, UK, and Canada. He gave some tips about how we can benefit from AGOA, which is how to export duty-free to America. He also made us to understand that they have a portal, that exporters can sign into and use it to do export. Then we had a Nexim presentation, which was essentially a continuation of what we did yesterday. We are told the product and services of Nexim Bank, which is essentially to support exporters through finance, risk-bearing, and advisory services to help you to do your exports. We have funds, we have intervention funds, we have lines of credit which you can leverage on. So we encourage you to come forward with your applications, which will be processed and you will be given your facilities. Now then we had NEPC. NEPC came on board and told us about their statutory mandate, which is to do market development for export. Now, in doing that, they register exporters. So for you to go into export, you have to register with the Export Promotion Council. You could do that by yourself online. And I understand the charge, the fee for that is less than 20,000. NPC, am I correct? Yeah, so you can do that by yourself. Now, they take people for trade fairs abroad, for you to showcase your products and even meet customers and take your export orders. Usually when they do that, they invite us as well. So we follow you to help you to also collect export orders and give the importer there the assurance that we will provide the funding to cover the exports. Okay, now NEPC also told us about the export incentives. Okay, so if you go into export, there are a lot of incentives that government has provided that you can benefit from, which NEPC manage. One of that is that you are exempted from paying tax. So corporate tax that most companies pay, exporters are exempted. Now you also have the EEG, which is the Export Expansion Grant, which is like a rebate that you get when you do exports. And the amount of rebate you get varies depending on, the value you add, to the product you export. So if you add value well enough to the point of exporting finished products, you get 15%. I think I'm correct. Then if you do semi-processed commodity, you get 7%. And then if you are just a trader, you get 5%. Then after NEPC, we had the Multimix Academy, who told us about export logistics. The chief consultant of Multimix Academy, Dr. Madu, made us to understand that the whole essence of managing your logistics is to ensure that you make money. Now, you need to balance your risk and cost, okay? So that at the end of the day, you make sure you make money. Now, then just before Multimix came up, we had that very interesting panel discussion, and we had 3 of Nexim customers And then we had a representative, actually the executive assistant, to Delta State on export on that panel. And they gave us their testimonies, their experience, with exports, and then with the way Nexim had supported them. One of the most lessons we learned in that session, particularly for startups who are looking for seed fund, is that you can actually approach those that was described as shark, dolphin, and I forgot the third one. But the idea is that start with people who won't harass you, even when you lose your money, before you get to the bank. Start first from your families and friends. Okay, they can give you money at that experimental stage when you don't have track record. Now you have also those who call venture capital, but you don't have a lot of those in Nigeria. But the idea is that before you even get to the stage of asking for loan from bank, you need to show that track record. Okay. We also had Mr. Nicholas Elijah from Global Exports Company, who also gave us his experience. He actually had been involved in export. He deals in many products, including sesame seed, cashew, and cow horn. And he gave us very practical, experience of how to go about doing exports. And one of the key takeaways to me is that you should start small. Don't start with exporting complex products. He advised really that the place to start is not solid minerals. You can look for simpler commodity that can be managed more easily. And you can look for commodities where the cost outlay is very low. He gave an example of charcoal that you can fill a container with as low as 1.5 million. So you start learning the ropes until you become a big exporter. And then last but not the least was a very amiable lady, Mrs. Adewoye, who spoke eloquently about how to do export. And she mentioned the fact that as an exporter, you are an ambassador. Okay, so your products, what you are selling is integrity. So you have to do the right things, ensure that whatever product you are selling meets the market specification, and more importantly, the export, the contract requirements. There's something in export they call sanctity of contract. Okay, whoever is importing from you, you have signed agreements to supply goods at a particular quantity and quality, and at a particular time. All those ones go into your contract, and your duty as an exporter is to keep to the sanctity of contract, so that exporters from Nigeria will not be blacklisted. So I think that's how it went today. Now we are in a digital economy. So all the presentations are going to be uploaded on Nexim website. So you can go there and access the presentation. So even after now, you can continue to learn. But more importantly is the networking. I believe you have made contact with people here, those who could help you either to package your export, or logistics company, or financiers, or people who are involved in ensuring you have the right, quality, staff of SON, NAFDAC, Agri-Quarantine Services. You need all of them to do exports. So on that note, I thank you all once again. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
So maybe you choose the presentation of certificates. Are you also going to be around? So I need to invite, first of all, before we present the certificate to all the attendees and all the participants for this workshop, I need to invite a non-executive director on the board of Nexim Bank, Engineer Adeshina Adegboro.
His name is Engineer Senator Adeshina Adegboro. He's the non-executive director of Nexim Bank.
That's true. Today, in the last 3 days, yes, thank God for that. See, today is a happy day for me because in the history of Nexim, this is about the first time this kind of program is taking place, and it has become a very huge success. You see, when this board came on, I must say this, when this board came on with the executive and the non-executive members, Nexim was almost at the verge of collapse. But I make bold to tell you today that in nearly about 3 years or so, they have declared dividend. So I think that's a big plus for them. So I want to tell you that I personally have christened this board a very progressive board. I also want you to know that I must pay some compliments to my lady there. That is the daughter of the soil. EDBD, that's what they call her. EDBD Stella Okotete. She's a very, very energetic person. I've seen her going up and down, arranging things, organizing, even within this hall, making sure that everything goes on very well. I was quite impressed about your story when you were recounting it with Governor Okowa about 2 days ago. He said you started from being a councillor and you are now where you are, an executive director of Nexim. You see, when we were in school, when your class teacher has written your reports and your principal is going to write his own final comments, if he writes on your report and says he will go far, watch that child. He will be a success. You will go far. I have a dream for you. You will become the first lady of governor of this state. And I pray that happens in my time, so I'll be able to see it. So please continue to do what you are doing. For all the members of the senior management of Nexim, I congratulate you, and I congratulate all the people who have put all these things together. May you continue to climb the ladder of success. You see, we have done so much in this last couple of days, and I want to say that the onus is now on the part of our South people, that is all the states in the South. We have been told here that at least there's 1 billion naira earmarked for every state. It's not going to the state governments, because we all know what things are like, but they are meant to go to the investors in those states. If you don't access your 5 billion, I think there are 5 states in the Southwest, am I correct? 6. If you don't access your 6 billion, we'll come and take it from the Southwest. You want us to do that? Okay, I pray that you access your, please, urge your governors, your governments, urge them to go after these things and look for all these investors, business people that can access this facility. I'm sure they will be there for you. Again, I want to assure you that the progress and the success achieved so far by the Nexim board, when I talk about the board, I'm talking about both the executive and the non-executive, will be sustained through the support of people like me. And I pray that this bank will continue to grow from strength to strength. You see, I cannot start reeling out data for you. But I can tell you that this bank has started to reduce its non-performing loans very heavily too. And that will continue by the grace of God. So at that point, I want to leave you. Thank you very much.
So we go straight into presentation of the certificates. Yeah. So as you hear your names, just in a single file, just come up stage, collect the certificate, and the director will shake your hands, and then you move down. Please, so let's do that in the middle.
Okay, so I'll be using the list. These are the certificates. Juliet Olotu, Aperagwa Eremu, Ebo Uche, Ubo Ore Vaogene Alex, Obo Krista Ehogo.
Please, as you hear your name, just come up very quickly. We have a lot of certificates to give out. Just come up.
Nwezukwe Precious Anwuli, Esie Megan, thank God. Umukoro Ada Tracy, Nwabeze Jerry Ife Rachuku, Udoma Eruogene Helen, Ona Kuoto Ganidiel, Agboje Chikweme Helen, Helen Chinonye Eva, Mrs. Onovuge Olayebi, Olodi Ja Handsome, Otaide E. Moses, Peter Ode, Okanebi Ovie, Adaku. Should I keep coming? Yeah. Okay. This is what I'm going to start calling now. Umukofe Gloria Ogenero, Omun P. Tamarokoro, Ushedo Peter Tobechuku, Uzonita N. Jane, Umukotete Ufoma Peace, Joseph Anene, Adin Nwokobia, Justice Dozie, Mandela Makinde, Agbelania Collins, Dr. Utomi Umutoru, Dukuye Okemute, Augustine Olisenyemu Julius, Riuchas Onyemena, Ekene Nwakoro, Owa Uzezi, Promise Ogbu, Blessing Umoke, Ajayi Oduru, Obasco Farms, Oba A. Matthew.
Donarius Reeves, Shalom Reeves, Okolosi Eloholinda, Odiaka Chinonye Henry, Nwashiogo Mavis, Obiaro Heron, Ogene Luona, Okocha C. Jennifer, Nwakwo Chinwike, Uruneden Helen, Owa Frederick, Abidemi Patience, Meze Evelyn, Cynthia Nneka Nkwa, Ogaga Albert, Uvie Gera, Comrade Osiwo Onoriegbe, Elta Cameron Ogenelvo, Ogbekede Joseph, Ije Stanley Ikechukwu, Black Ebony Mega Limited, Africa and Vogue Nigeria Limited, Her Royal Majesty Queen Betty Ifekoda, Chima Emmanuel Oge, Florence Ogbenegbu, Oyabeme Godwin, Samuel O. Tonwe, Jacob Akadi, Florence Adaeze Ugboma, Obo Paul Igo, Augustine Ulioyo Dotie, Ashibogu Nali Akalaka, Somo, Ushi Israel, Mr. Enejere Nnamdi, Toyo A. Abiloye, Onyedi Kelvin, Augustine E. Obia Basoyu, Judith Ume, Mrs. Ihe Diora Egbo, Carl Mbanefo Roslyn, Francis Okoye, Mrs. Adigwe Lilian Ifeanyi, Adumali Christian Chuks, Chinedu Nwadioga, Oguma John Joe Ochuko, Udezeli Progress, Basil N. Modi, Egu Anwili Joy, Akporokoka Philomena, Okafor Basil Uzonna, Anichebe Nnamdi Praise, Emmanuel Obiora, Akere Consula, Sam Ejirogene, Obi Nnamdi, John Chukwu, Enuma Tony, Nwokolo Angela, Asukwo Emmanuel Edet, Osunde Israel Chukwudi, Inwialo Josephine Chiedu, Engineer Ologe Elijah, Felix Igbeoku, Monday O Osayende, Godwin E. Umukoro, Ben Anthony Edejo, Stanley Okuchukwu Obinwa, Pemu Kingsley, Okparo Bright, Igben Harvest. Gabriel Obiazo, Ikechukwu Nwani of Wegana Solomon, Isiobu Collins, Obot O Ejeba, Okonji U Lucky, Ejime Anthony, Okowa Kingsley, Solomon Udoma, Andawari Michael Pepu, Frederick O. Ubaka, Enwere China Zekpere Ejioma, Evelyn Avro, Agado Joel, John Stanley Onyenwe. Innocent Oga, Chief U Victor, Charles Eze, Ujememo Adreshi, Eziagu Jeffrey, Mr. Frank Nwaosa, Johnson Ajaboku, Alika Godwin, Honorable Julius Apoyoka, Nweru Sunday, Abe Jacob, Chike Ifedi, Anastasia Eluwa, Festus Alom, Amechi Okwara, Enweliku Kent, Jonathan Nwa Nyahi.
Okay, after now, we will go for lunch because I know a lot of people will be.
If you don't find anyone, the ones we don't find, just write down.
Okay. So, and if you're having any issue with your certificate, please, the Nexim booths outside at the foyer there, you can go there and meet the Nexim staffs. You'll be sorted out. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Okay, please, everybody should sit down, please. Please, everybody should settle down, please. Just sit down. Okay, please sit down for some important information that will help each and every one of us. For this event to have happened successfully, we also had our local organizing committee that was set up by the state government as the host partners, and then the event was domiciled under the office of Delta State Investment Development Agency. So to give a vote of thanks today to all the participants, please join me as I welcome Olorogun Lucky Ogene Omoru as he comes to give us a vote of thanks. Please put your hands together, Deltans. Please keep clapping. If not, you might not get a good news from him now. Don't forget, after him, the Executive Director, Business Development, Nexim Bank will come up to do the closing remarks and also for the raffle draw.
Thank you, Bona. The day is fast spent, so I will be brief. First of all, I want to thank the board and management of Nexim
for organizing this epoch-making event that has effectively extended the frontiers of our economy and made us to be focusing on export. We in Delta State, we are particularly grateful to Nexim for hosting this South-South event in Delta State. My particular thank goes to Honorable Stella Okotete for ensuring that this is done. I want to thank the Governor of Delta State, Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, for approving the participation of Delta State as a host, a co-host state, effectively making Delta State and Nexim the bodies that are hosting this event. We also thank the other South-South states for participating. Their participation has given breadth and depth to this occasion. In the process of inviting, organizing, and bringing people that are core investors and potential investors to this event, we had collaboration and support from other government MDAs. Of special mention is the Ministry of Trade and Investment, the Office of the Executive Assistant to the Governor on Export, the Office of the Chief Job Creation Officer, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Information, and other MDAs. I want to pay special tribute to the Speaker of Delta State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Sheriff Oborowori, for his cooperation and support, which made all the State House of Assembly members to be present at the opening ceremony. And the Governor aptly remarked that there was an overwhelming presence of the House of Assembly people at the occasion. I want to thank the Chairman of Argonne, Honorable Malik, who also coordinated the attendance of all the 25 local government council areas of the state. Effectively, the entire state is participating at this event. But special thanks will go to all of you, the participants. It is not often that you have an occasion like this. On the third day, the hall is full to capacity. I want to thank all of you for your tenacity, for your belief in this program. Because I know it is your belief and commitment to this program that have seen you through. I want to thank the press. I want to thank the security agencies. You can see that in this hall, there's no loitering, no incident has occurred for the past 3 days. The security agencies have been diligent in their work. I want to thank you. I want to thank the press. I've been going through the press. We have received very good, robust press coverage. We hope that even after the event, there will be more publicity of this event. But let me say this, our job has just begun. After this event, after closing today, we have to work hard to put into practice all that we have learned. I want to thank you in advance that you should engage Nexim and our office, especially for Delta State exporters and potential exporters. Our offices are open to you for guidance and collaboration to ensure that the gains learned in this event are internalized and are practicalized. I want to thank all of you. If there are any groups that I have mentioned, please bear with me. May God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir, for that short vote of thanks. I want everybody, if you have received your certificate, please stand up. Could you please stand up? If you have received your certificate, please stand up. Please, can you raise it up? Raise up the certificate. Let's see it. Everybody that have received the certificate, please stand on your feet and then raise the certificate. We want to see it. We want to take note of that. Okay, so that's fine. So we still have a few people that have, some people that have not gotten theirs. All right, thank you. Please sit down. All right. For the closing remarks, we have to now invite Honorable Stella Okotete, the Executive Director, Business Development at the Nexim Bank, like the Deltans will say, our own daughter, who made sure that this event happened in Asaba, not in any other Niger Delta state. Please put your hands together for her. She stood her ground and made sure that it happened. So she comes down to give us the vote of thanks, and after that, the raffle draw will happen almost immediately before we go for lunch.
Please, can we all just stand up? Just 1 minute, please. You know, that has always been my exercise. Can you introduce yourself to every member of your table? Introduce yourself and exchange your complimentary cards with them. Because for me, this is beyond the talk. It's also an opportunity for us to network among ourselves. You might be sitting next to the next multi-billionaire that would arise from this outing. Somebody just came up here for my card. I'll give it to you. He was the only bold one. So, thank you very much. Can we all be seated? Please, can we all be seated, please? I understand we're all hungry. I'm also very hungry. I can't wait to eat of food this afternoon. But please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I wish to formally and once again appreciate the effort of the Executive Governor of Delta State, Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, who has always been a pillar of support and encouragement to me through my political drive and career. I want to thank his executive team for coming here and sending representatives during working hours to be here with us to enjoy the policy reforms and initiatives that we came in here to share with you in the South-South, especially Delta State. I want to also appreciate my boss, the MD of Nexim Bank, Mr. Abba Bello. He's a wonderful, quiet, simple gentleman, for approving that we bring the South-South Forum to Delta State. We had a lot of issues because some schools believe that the headquarters of the South-South is actually in Port Harcourt. But I think it's somebody that created that notion and created that platform. And maybe for this export, I have changed the narrative to say that the headquarters of exports in the South-South is my state, where I come from, Delta State. And I am very proud to see the number of participants that have come out here today from Tuesday till date to be part of this engagement. I'm so impressed, and I believe that we're not living here the same, because we would have grabbed knowledge, contact, and opportunities. And I believe if you have a mix of these three, you are saying goodbye to unemployment, goodbye to poverty, goodbye to limitations. I also believe that from this outing, we would have multi-millionaires that would arise from this audience, men and women that would take agriculture to the next level by not just farming but adding value and exporting. I also believe we can look at manufacturing. There's something we do. We burn our sawdust. Enough of that. I need the leaders of the timber associations to get to Abuja or get to the Calabar office to sit with me. We will no longer burn sawdust. We would process sawdust to briquettes, and we would export the briquettes to the world. So it will be Delta to the world, Rivers to the world, Bayelsa to the world, Cross River to the world, Edo State to the world. That is the dream, and that is what I believe we can do. I would not end my appreciation if I do not mention the support and love I got from my brother, the 4+4 governor from Edo State, Dr. Godwin Obaseki for sending the full delegates to this event and for giving us the necessary support that we were able to, host this event in Delta State, and for taking our time, despite the weather, to be here. My appreciation also will not end if I do not recognize the G-billionaire creator, the governor of Cross River State, Dr. Ben Ayade, for his support and sending a full entourage to be here to grace this occasion, and a full delegate that are part of the crowd today to actually engage and learn from what Nexim Bank has brought to the fore. I want to appreciate you, and from the bottom of my heart, I'll tell you that under my watch in Nexim Bank as the Executive Director in charge of business, I would ensure that what is for the Niger Delta, what is for the South gets to us. And I want you to be my partner in making that a reality by creating the enabling environment, by venturing into agriculture, manufacturing, solid minerals and services, so you can enjoy from the numbers I'm about to call. The first facility is the Export Stimulation Fund. It is not them say, I'm telling you, 500 billion naira sitting in my bank. Other states are drawing. Where are my people? Come out. Come and take from that. 500 billion, meaning that if we want to make billionaires, I can have 500 billionaires from this crowd coming to take from that. I have the 50 billion Export Development Fund sitting with me, lying fallow. I need you to come in. Come and take from it. If you cannot export, I have exporters here. You saw Pfizer. Nothing stops us from networking. In fact, I remember in the Igudu market, I grew up in Warri. I'm a Warri girl, and we know they take last. You know that. In the Igudu market, you have the horns gathered in one kind of very unhealthy environment anyway. But we can go and clean them up and bring to Pfizer, and he will buy from us. We also have opportunities, pets. The plastic bottles you have on top of your table, we have exporters that are compressing them into pellets and are exporting to the world. I'm sure we have friends and neighbors who pick them and sell them at any amount. In fact, some of us, we throw them away with so much joy, believing it is waste. But that is wealth you are throwing away. A ton of that pellet is selling for nothing less than $1,300. Calculate that. We're throwing that away every time we throw away our pet bottles. So please, those gathering the bottles from this event, maybe you could have somebody to start packing them and come to Nexim, and we'll get you the plant to process it into pellet for export. That aside, AfriExim has told us that they will have a 1 billion NATIPS fund. Mr. Buhari is standing there, that's the young man, managing the fund on behalf of Nexim. $1 billion. Do we have any application from Delta? Do we have from the South? Why? The money is there. Come up and grab. AfriExim was interested in this program and made a pledge for an additional 1 billion naira for us to come and enjoy cheaper funds, create employment for our people, and engage our region. Please, we should not sit back and create obstacles for ourselves. We are good at saying, I not qualify. How I go you stay start? When I go you stay start? My sister died yesterday. My mama not happy. My mama not well. Hello? Stop all of those stories. I will do it next month. Procrastination reigns supreme in the region, but we must come out of that. We must say no and take the bull by the horn. Come out from your comfort zone and go into farming, go into agriculture, go into processing, go into export, and we all have billionaires in our region. Thank you very much for taking our time to listen to my boring vote of thanks, but I hope I have been able to touch some points that we need to touch today. For the women here, please don't think I don't have a fund for you. I understand that we all have gold. My sisters in the region love gold a lot, and they don't have collaterals, but they have movable assets. put your goal together. Go to the CBN. They have a collateral registry there. Register it. It could form part of your collateral. I would use it to give you funds under the Nexim Bank Women and Youth Export Development Fund. The fund is available at 9%, and the process for you securing it has been handled, because we understand that for the small businesses, the women and the youth, collateral is a big problem. So your movable assets, your big cars, can serve as collateral. You'll be driving it, but you know that within you, you've used the money not to do burial, but to do a business that will make you buy bigger cars and hopefully buy a private jet that will drive you to your export destination. Thank you very much, and have a beautiful afternoon. Oh, please. No wonder people are looking at me. I have the raffle draw too. So for those of you who dropped your cards here, I want it to be seamless. So there's no ojoro in this business. No ojoro at all. So maybe I would call on M5, no, the bishop. There's a bishop in the house. So that it will be seamless. To come and help pick one card from this box that will serve as the first prize of an HP laptop. You need the laptop because we expect that you need to do a lot of online networking, business sourcing informations and all of that. So you actually need a laptop to move your imaginations and beautiful ideas into reality. Some people can also build their business plan from their laptop. So please, man of God, please, with due respect, can you help me come and take just one card, and somebody here would go home with a laptop. It's here, oh, see it, oh, nothing there, oh, it clear like pure water. Our service, we make ready to wear, we make male and female clothes, we also sell Ankara, brocade, lace, men's senator fabric, and my business name is Mega Echoes Exclusive. I hope she's not a church member on the lighting side. Wow. Okay. Maybe make a pick Nabi, we not see more, so that we can quickly go and eat lunch and everything. See it, oh. You see him? Make her close my eye. Okay? Hey, I don't want to. I'm going to pick 2, 3. I don't know. Hey, it's plenty. Okay. Oh yeah, I'll take it one after the other. Like this. Please. Okay? Hey. How many gifts do we have? Okay. 5, right? These 2. Go and bring jugs for me so they can drink cold water. So I won't drop it back. Everybody should gain. Okay? Oh. My company is into, can you imagine? I'm not saying, oh, I've seen export. No. Marine services. You know, in Nexim Bank, we fund services. And that takes me back to the logistics we're talking about. If you are in the logistics business, we can fund you because export is not complete if we don't move the cargoes from either the farm gates to the warehouse before the port. So we fund those in the logistics space. We also fund those in the branding, the bag manufacturing, because we need to bag them, we need to brand them. So if you are in that space and you are serving an exporter, we can fund you. If you are supplying to an exporter, we can fund you. So these businesses, they do marine services, engineering, construction, maintenance, environmental cleaning, which is part of our mandate. Most of the oil spill contracts are in US dollars. You agree with me? And our mandate is to see that we gain foreign exchange for the government. So such contracts can be funded under the Afrexim-Nexim window in dollars. They do labor supply, import and export of general goods and services, real estate, cosmetic production supply, digital networking marketing, petroleum products. I remember one of the speakers here spoke about two things. You have to pitch. You can't be doing all. You should find a ground where you flourish, where you can do best. So please, with this laptop, please review your dreams, review your plans, and pitch where you are making money, and concentrate your effort, manage your growth, and the sky will be your beginning. The business name is Right Sand Treats. I don't know. Your business name matters a lot. You can't pronounce it. When they are thinking of name for the business, they won't remember you. The name is Ransan Treats International Limited. Ransan Treats. Onessa Orishayemi. Onessa Orishayemi. How? I hope you can now have a vision for your business, sir. Are you getting me? Why I was shouting, how is this? He can't be taller than this. He's carrying too many business plans on his head, so it will weigh you down. So, sir, please use this to build capacity. Can I call the SA to the governor on exports, Delta State, to come and help, you know? Okay, EA, sorry. To come and help do the presentation, please. Okay, yes, please. How do we know you are the right person coming out? Where's your office address, please? Where? Sorry? Do you have something to prove that you are the owner of this company or it's your company? You have your card. Okay, please show it to Madam. Thank you very much, sir. Read Sandry. Yes, even my sister that is Harvard was taking, you know, aback pronouncing. Please, no, later, please. Okay. This is another beautiful card. They are into, thank you very much, ma, appreciate. Can I have the MD Starlink, the representative of the MD Starlink come up to do this presentation? They sell and process. They are into distribution and general merchandise agricultural products, farming and agricultural services. They are located at #1 Okocha Street, opposite Airport View Estate, Okpanam, Delta State. The person is Tobore Farms Venture, Umukoro Otobore. Please, what's the proof that it's your business? Who did you tell that you're going to win? Are you sure you don't have more than one card in that bucket? Nigeria Limited. They are into landscaping, fumigation, beautification, concrete designing floor, supplies of all kinds of lawn tools and mowers, general contractor. While you come up for your gift, I would advise you to go to the Ministry of Agriculture in Abuja from the beginning. I think it would have helped. Madam Taylor, now you sure? I better go bring your ID, make us see you. If you still collect back, you never come up for the hall. Who there with me? He has his voter's card. So let's see if the name is the same. If I said the name for card different from the one for card. Orun Chukwuka Festus, Chairman, Managing Director, Festilo and Sons Company. He's the one. Congratulations, sir. Okay. Okay, so please move there. He's supposed to take the tab. Third position. Yes. So you have a tab to actually see how you can export your custard and your coconut oil. And I'll give you a market today. I have my brother from Akwa Ibom, who is the chairman of the coconut. Please, can you come up, sir? He's the chairman of the Coconut Farmers Association of Nigeria. So he would be your link to maybe supply you coconuts so you can increase capacity, grow it for exports. You can take in the picture. Okay, so So beyond the has a market source for his raw commodity. So that's why it's good for us to be engaging ourselves in some forums. The fourth person is into electrical, mechanical and civil engineering work, supplying of barges, tugboat, travel tow, cargo, manufacturing of paints, coating products and supplies. One man. Mr. Nelson Odien. Please come with a proof that this belongs to you, the business belongs to you. Okay, what's the phone number on your... What is the phone number on this card? Mm-hmm. Can we use your certificate? What's on the certificate? The name on the certificate, it says, let me see. We'll do another dip, it seems. So sorry, sir. I'm seeing Lucky Odien here. I'm seeing Nelson Odien here. It is what? It is what? 15 or nothing. So if it's not Nelson, we will not take Lucky. That's where the discipline in business commences from. Thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. So we have to pick another name. I'm so sorry. We just have to set standard. And this is the standard we had created. So we cannot give some people waivers and leave the rest. So we're going to do fresh picking. Can I have the rep from NIMASA come and do the picking now? So that maybe my hand was not helping people with IDs. I'm so sorry, but you know how it is. We set standards. And in the export space, if one grow, in fact, what made them reject the gari was not cockroach in the bag of the gari, but one cockroach in a 40 feet or 20 feet container. The entire goods was rejected. So one lucky Nelson is enough for us to say no. So Mr. Nelson, Mr. Lucky, thank you very much for being here. Next time, I'm sure we'll have it right. Thank you. Okay. Designer, makers of all kinds of academic gowns, hoods, caps, native attires, suits, heat transfer, monogram. The name of the company is Okakpabri Nigeria Limited. Mrs. Priye Akude. Is she here? Mrs. Priye Akude. If Mrs. Priye Akude is here, one? No. Mrs. Priye Akude. Two? Where's the marriage certificate? Where's the proof? What is the proof? We just disqualified Lucky's brother because Nelson was the one on the card. No, it's not just the phone number. Let's set standard. If it's not me that exported it, how will I collect the NSP into my account? The bank must send it to the exporter, not to his next of kin. Do you agree with me? So let's pick another one, please. My brother, thank you very much. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. I know you, but if I say yes, it will be a bit like Pasha. Okay, we have another business here. They are into agric business, real estate development. I don't know, we need to have a business seminar. Maybe I will do one in February in Warri. Who will join me? Because we need to define what we're doing. He's into stock broking, transportation, oil and gas, investment consultancy, real estate development, agribusiness. One person. Madam Gloria Umuko Tete. Madam Gloria Umuko Tete. Where is she? Madam Gloria Umuko Tete. Bring something of identification that we can identify you with, please. We are running behind time. We are hungry, please. So sorry. I'm sure we have the certificates ready. More certificates. So let Thelma come. So we save the best for the last. So I'll be the one to present it. So everybody can quickly just have a picture and go home happy. While we're doing that, we'll do the last prayer and people can start going for lunch while others come up here for their certificates. Thank you. Madam. Okay. Umuko Tete Gloria. Oh. Okay. So what do you really do, madam? You're a stockbroker. I'm sure you printed this card yesterday, today for this program. All right, ma. So, okay. So agricultural business, you said agric business. What's your agric business like? Okay, she's a coordinator of NAPOMA, Delta State, Nigerian Association of Coconut Okay, I think your chair is here. All right, thank you very much, madam. Please, and yes, present her phone. Okay. Yeah, you select one more. Okay. Yeah. Okay, your ID card, please. Yes, please. One last one, please. Derivative Group. Mr. Israel Kwode, PhD. You are into financial services, training, and consulting. Mr. Israel Kwode. Hope you are coming in with a form of identification. Aha. Please, can we have the MD and Pfizer come and present this to Mr. Kwode? Training, consulting, so you guys can network. I think my people need more of your knowledge in Delta, from Bonu to Delta. Would receive you more, sir. So, grandma, me not go take a mo. He said his card, form of identification is not here, but he will go to the car and bring it. Do we wait for him? Phone number on the card. Oga, even if you send the cocoa there, we are seeing it is cocoa, but the moisture content must be 15. You can rush to the car and bring the ID card. We'll give you your gift after the event. Please, okay, sir. If it comes, if not, while we're doing the certificate, if we don't, we would have to pick for somebody else. Thank you very much, sir. Please wait with us, sir. Please, no, not you. Not you, sir. Can we have the two people who couldn't identify themselves? Mr. Nelson O'Dane and Mrs. Akude, the husband. Maybe Nexim will give you a warm cup. Our Nexim branded cups, so you can actually use it, you know, when you get home to drink tea and cool yourself from missing out today on the small gifts from Nexim. But this is also from Nexim, so please, could we have you up? So there was something for everyone, you agree with me? Thank you very much. So where is Madam Thelma?
All right, so we go ahead with the presentation of certificates. For those that have not received theirs, just listen attentively as you receive your certificates. All right, please, can we have the bishop please come back up and just, we started with God, so you have to come close the day for us with a prayer. So after that, we go have our lunch. I know it's already late lunch. And then those that have not received their certificates, you can come up and receive your certificate, but the names will still be running. We'll be calling the names.
Let's stand to our feet, everybody. All the glory must be to thy Lord, for he is worthy of our praise. No man on earth should give glory to himself. All the glory must be to thy Lord. Father, Lord, we thank you in the name of Jesus Christ. Baba, before we started, we call on you, and you did promise us that the ceremony is going to be a very good one. Thank you, Abba Father, for the success in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you for the journey mercy, oh God, for all that came from Calabar, River State, Edo, Bayelsa, everywhere. Baba, take all the glory in the name of Jesus Christ. It went well. It went well. Take all the glory, Lord. Jehovah God, we are done. After now, we'll be going back to our various homes. Lord, you are the Alpha, you are the Omega, the beginning and the end. Whatever you are Alpha, you will always Omega. As your people go home, oh God, let them arrive safely in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Abba Father. We lift up, oh God, your daughter, Stella Okotete, into your able hands. Jehovah God, I pray that the wisdom that distinguish men from their equal, that you have released upon your daughter, Lord, I pray, let that same wisdom remain and abide with her in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Abba Father. I cover you all with the blood of Jesus. In Jesus' wonderful name, I pray.
Nobody to present it. Okay. Mose Deborah. So sorry. Please, can we have Mr. Tayo on stage, please? Mr. Tayo Omidiji. While we queue up for our lunch, please, if you hear a name, just come and collect your certificate. Mose Deborah. Osita Efifani Kalibe. Echimina Chizia Victor. Igbudu Christiana. Augustine Okolie. Joseph Ogbarewe. Stanley Ezechie. Chief Ngozika Fred Okonta. Emekre Ejiro. Eunice Onke. Usifo Philomena. Favor Aneke Nai. Paul E. Okwene. Dorothy Okwene. Lawrence Ojieshi. Kelvin Iweka. Agbana Ufang Stephanie. Paul U. Oboli. Owoyemi Olasukomi Victor. Florence Omolola Jones Idowu. Adetokunbo Adewoyin. Mercy Enoch. Nwosa Deborah. Osita Efifani Kalebe. Echimina Chieze Victor. Igbudu Christiana. Augustine Okolie. Joseph Ogbarewe. Stanley Ezeche. Chief Ngozika Fred Okonta. Emekre Ejiro. Eunice Onke. Usifo Philomena. Favor Anekaya. Paul E. Okwene. Dorothy Okwene. Lawrence Ojieshi. Kelvin Nweka. Agbana Ufaje Stephen. Paul U. Oboli, Owoyemi Olasukomi, Victor, Florence Omolola Jones Idowu, Adetokunbo Adewoyin, Mercy Enoch. Erewa Emmanuel Twoyo, Rachel Okosun, Uche Monye, Collins Moloku, Ikoba O. Festus, Ebionwe Felix, Inyamiga, Olugo Akponiovo Endurance, Okwera Ogaga, Egwoterai Rose N, Okaro Majiri, Cornelius, Owini Alexander. Okolo Gloria, Tobore Francis Orenu, Okolo Patience, Odiogu Stella Nkem, Ihionuku Jesse Uche, Esuswakpo Juliet Ufoma, Chinyere Obiora, Chukwuma Ifeanyi, Rose Ofuluanya, Odalonu Chukwuebueze, Uzu Nneka, Ojugbeli Augustina, Nwosa Rita, Ekama Faith, Theophilus Ediegbe, Osai Isioma, Obuedeme Ndudi, Emmanuela I Ibodo, Amina Ibodo, Mrs. Patience Etaredefe Okoma, Teresa Alana, Elin Esther Onyebuchi, Isaac Nwa-Chineke, EJ Vivian Chukwuenesia, Okolo Gloria, Tobore Francis Orenu, Okolo Patience, Odiogu Stella Nkem, Ihiochonu Jesse Uche, Esusu Nakpo Juliet Ufoma, Chinyere Obiora, Chukwuma Ifeanyi, Rose Ofulanya, Odalonu Chubueze, Uzu Nneka, Ojueshi Augustina, Nwosa Rita, Ekama Faith, Theophilus Ediegbe, Osa Isioma, Obudeme Ndudi, Emmanuela I Iborodo, Anna Iborodo, Mrs. Patience Etaredefe Okoma, Teresa Alana, Elian Esther Onyebuchi, Isaac Nwa-Chineke, EJ Vivian Chikwesia.